stage at EU Space Days. My name is Evan Frank, and I will be the MC here for the next 2 days of presentations and discussions. Just a little bit about the Agora stage. So on your seats next to you, you will see that there is a headset, and you'll need to put this headset on in order to listen to the presentations and to clearly hear what is being said in the sessions. A bit about the Agora stage. What is it? Research, careers, and other topics. It's much less formal than the main stage, and over the next 2 days you'll hear from startups, researchers, students, and public institutions who are helping shape the future of space in Europe. So this morning, for our first session, we're starting with a presentation from Vera Pinto, who is Policy Coordinator at DG DEFIS, and Vera is going to walk us through PEFCR, or Product Environmental Footprint Category Rules for the Space Sector, an initiative focused on sustainability in the space industry. Vera?
Good morning, everyone. So we will be talking about the PEFCR for space, and this is a project that started last year in 2024 together with a number of stakeholders. So we are talking about the industry, universities, NGOs. And what is PEFCR? So the idea of the PEFCR is actually to have a framework designed to measure the environmental impacts of the space activities. And this starts only from the moment that you start thinking on the resources that you want to use until the end of life. And this is unique because space is also the only sector that operates beyond Earth boundaries. So the idea is that we harmonize the way that we measure these impacts, and this of course will also ensure that we have comparability, for example, among the different space missions. We have a better understanding, and collectively we can contribute and facilitate the way that these measurements are done, reducing a lot the burden also to do this. So why this is important for the space industry? Well, you see in the slide, you can see all the different life cycle assessment related legislation that you have at EU level, and you can see there at the bottom right of the slide that with EU Green there was a boom of legislation that has these life cycle assessment requirements, and now in 2025 we already start seeing even more of these requirements in different legislation because Europe has the ambition to be climate neutral by 2050. So a lot of this legislation is sector agnostic. So that means also that the space sector itself also has to comply with this legislation. So by having an harmonized way of measuring the benefits, we are also ensuring equal play field for all the stakeholders in the space sector. So what are the goals? The goals of the PEFCR for space is precisely create a uniform, standardized guideline to assess the environmental impact of space. Having already some startups and stakeholders that have their space business based in sustainability requirements, business models also. So this will, of course, when you do these environmental assessments, you will also identify hotspots, and this will also help you to become and do the necessary adjustments to also have your products, your space products, more sustainable in the market. And of course, the idea is also to encourage precisely the sustainability practice and innovation so that European space stakeholders can lead by sustainability. So how does this work? So like I mentioned before, the life cycle assessment measures from cradle to grave. So it means from the moment that you start collecting resources to start manufacturing, producing, using, and then end of life. So when we are doing a PEFCR, we have different steps, and one of the steps is precisely data collection. We gather data on materials, energy use, on emissions, for example. Then you have also the assessment of the environmental impacts using standardized indicators. So just for your reference, PEFCR for space follows umbrella methodology that has 16 impact categories, but of course they only cover Earth impacts. but we also operate in space. So the stakeholders involved in the PEFCR for space, and I will come to that in a minute, they also include other parts, other information, environmental information that is specific to us. For example, high altitude emissions or in-orbit impacts, etc. And this, of course, will also allow to report in a transparent, communicating way the results to all stakeholders, because we are all following the same standards in doing the measurement, we are following using the same database, the same rules, so we are ensuring also more transparency, because also the results will need to be verified to see that they are complying with the methodology. So, like I mentioned, the project kicked off in 2024 in October, where we had what we call the technical secretariat. That is precisely this group of multi-stakeholders. Again, we have industry, startups, research centers, universities, NGOs. And the process is still ongoing, and it's expected to be concluded in 2027. Major milestones this year will be after the summer. We will have a first public consultation, a first consultation that I invite you everyone to follow us on the networks and the GDEFIS webpage, because you will see when we launch this consultation, and we invite everyone to participate in this set of rules, first set of rules. But of course, we will need also to test it with real cases, so the supporting studies and then expert committee that works with the European Commission. And all of this process will also be independently reviewed by an expert panel. So the idea is really to make this process as robust as possible and also as participatory as possible. So what is there for you? What does this means for you, right? You must be asking, yeah, this is very nice, but it sounds like a lot of work, and what does it mean for me? So for manufacturers, it actually helps you to achieve regulatory compliance. Remember that on the first slide, I show you all the EU legislation, recent and past, that includes requirements with this life cycle assessment and relates to environmental impacts. So this will allow you to comply with existing regulatory measures in a way that is standardized and equal playing field with everyone. For governments, it will also help them to support informed policy making through the access precisely to reliable and standardized environmental impact data, and to enhance the regulatory frameworks. And this is not just for the governments, but also to the EU, because we will also know more about what are the real impacts, what are the thresholds, what is realistic to ask or not ask specifically to the space sector, etc. For investors, you know, we speak a lot about sustainable finance, and we will have actually a panel afterwards also with investors that we will be discussing precisely the entrepreneurship and aspects related to space. And more investors start looking and creating products that identify sustainable investment opportunities. So this actually is a door to space sector to have access even to more finance. And of course, for all of us as a community, it will you can participate in the advisory boards, you can participate in the work that is being developed, and that means that actually you can shape how PEFCR for space is going to look like in the end. It really depends on you. So this is how you can be involved. First, we need to do these real case studies. We need to collect data to create specific data sets that can be used for the calculation, so you yourself can be a data provider. You can share data on materials, energy consumption, and waste management. You can be part of the working groups that we are having, specifically for certain niche areas in our space sector. So we have the overall rules, and then we have specific rules for SatNav, SATCOM, launching services, etc. So you can participate in these working groups and provide your insights and views specifically on the market, on the niche market that you work on. You can, of course, fill the gaps in current data and help us to be more aware, realistic. You can also engage as pilot organization to test the applicability and effectiveness of the PEFCR for space in real-world scenarios. And here we are talking about supporting studies, and we will launch a call now, end of June. And the work on the supporting studies will start after the summer. This means that you can have for free a life cycle assessment done to your product, and we will be able to test the rules in a real case scenario. And of course, you can still participate in the consultations that, like I said, we will have one end of this year. So I really invite you to follow us and to be aware of it and to participate. And on top of it, you can still network with practitioners in the field, in the sector, and learn also from them a bit more. So I invite you to follow the project on DEFIS Network. You can on LinkedIn. And if you have, or if you would like to have more information on how to be more engaged in the development of PEFCR for space and becoming more sustainable, if you would like to participate in the supporting study, please, you can send us an email for the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vera. So as many of you are aware, entrepreneurship in space is one of the key objectives of the EU Space Program. And our next session is going to be a panel about just that. So doing business with and in space. And in this session, we're going to be discussing initiatives like Cassini and how they've helped startups develop business strategies, grow their networks. Mike? Okay. Gain access to private investment, and you'll also hear directly from investors on what else is needed to ensure that space entrepreneurs in Europe can thrive and survive. So this discussion again will be moderated by Vera Pinto. So I'd like to welcome at this time the panelists from the audience up to the stage. And they will, I think we have our panelists in the audience.
There's one there.
So Marek, Omar, Helena. Hello, welcome. Yep. Yeah, I think we have more speakers, but go ahead and take a seat.
I'm not Wojtek. Nice to meet you. It's actually quite funny that foreigners very often. I see many Wojteks.
Can we just sit
three Polish guys and two of them
we need to start.
were Wojteks in the US. Is it the most popular name in Poland?
Hi Elena, good morning. Vera, I will be moderating the session. I invite you.
Yeah, we are.
At least I'm not
I
alone
just
on
like
stage.
standing on the stage.
Because there was some preparatory call or something, and you were
Can we start?
sorry?
Can we start? You just need you need to just to have one thing in attention. You need to speak to the mic. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm very excited to have here with me and with you a excellent panelist group where we will explore how the youth space is fostering space entrepreneurship, a crucial aspect also for the space program. Initiatives like Cassini have been game changers, often offering startups the tools to build strong business strategies, grow their networks, and tap into private investment. So in this session, we will actually hear directly from investors, industry experts, and space startups founders who will share their stories, challenges, and insights. Our aim is, of course, to inspire collaboration and spark new ideas that will further propel Europe's space entrepreneurship spirit. And with no further ado, I will present our group of panelists. So we have Wojtek Walnizek, I hope I managed to pronounce it correctly, is a partner at OTB Ventures, specializing in space tech, fintech infrastructure, and cybersecurity, with a background at MCI Capital, McKinsey & Company, and Credit Suisse. An Harvard Business School alumnus, Wojtek is also mentors promising Polish youth through the Harvard Club of Poland. We have a number of Wojteks also here today, so we have a second Wojtek. That is Wojtek, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing this correctly. My Polish is not my strongest point. Wojtek Druznicki. Almost there. Okay, good. He's an operating partner at Balnord and a former VC focused on deep tech and space tech. He co-founded the Space 3 AC Accelerator, connecting 160 startups with 20 corporates, and author a best-selling book on corporate startup collaboration. And he's the influencer in this panel on LinkedIn. So welcome, Wojtek. We also have Elena with me, Elena Maruzin from Zeitra, has extensive expert.
It's Helena from KP Labs.
Sorry. Pardon, I jump a line. This is the problem of not wearing glasses for panels. Elena Milevich is the head of products at KP Labs, where she leads the development of innovative space mission technologies. With over a decade of experience, Elena brings a diverse background from government, non-governmental, and commercial sectors to her role. Welcome, and apologies for this hiccup. And now, yes, Marek Maruzin from Zeitra has extensive expertise in developing AI and hardware technologies for space missions, recognized as a Forbes 30 under 30 honoree. He focused on fundraising and expanding space projects into the US market. And last but not least, spearheading 5G, NB, and EOT developments and collaborations with major European space agencies. With a strong background in telecommunications, Prasanna previously worked on 5G standards at NEC Research Labs. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be moderating this panel. We really have brilliant minds with a lot of expertise around the table. And I invite you to join me in welcoming our panelists. With us, with no further ado, let's deep into the discussion. I have a few questions that I would like to go through you. Some might be directed to some of you, but please feel free to jump in if you would like to comment or to add something. Let's try to make this panel also as interactive as possible. And to start, I will start with our Wojteks, if I can play a bit with your names. You are experienced investors in space tech. Looking at the portfolio of your companies, what are the key elements to build a successful company in space, and how is space tech different in this regard from other deep tech areas? What are your insights on this? You need to use the microphone, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all of us knows that space is hard. It's totally different segment than building a software, building marketplace solutions, or consumer products. So when a founder is deciding to join a startup race, they should be completed with some technological background, scientific background, but also should have some kind of commercial approach. When we are looking at the founders that would like to shape the future of the space industry, we are picking these ones which are able to become the first of all, European champions and have the opportunity to become the global leaders in their market. So we are picking emerging technologies, but these ones that the markets are showing the interest for and are ready to be commercialized. If you are one of the 100 companies trying to solve the same problem, probably you are not the best pick for investors like us, but if you are one of the few ones that are starting the race and are able to provide something with the novel technology, that's something that is raising your chances. So to be successful, in our opinion, is to pick the right niche, but big enough one that will allow you to build a global company. But Wojtek, maybe you would like to follow.
You can hear me, right? Thank you. Yes, absolutely right, and I fully agree what Wojtek said. Commercial mindset and engineering excellence. I don't think we need to explain. Space is hard, not only symbolically, but it's actually literally hard. So any mistake made in engineering, in scientific discovery, is gonna be punished, and it's a really punishing environment. So making things work in space is really hard. At the same time, where we see sometimes people get carried away is exactly this engineering excellence, but that needs to be balanced with commercial mindset, meaning we don't build engineering for engineering. We don't build space solutions for space solutions. We need to build it for clients, be that governmental, be that commercial, be that agencies, but it's still always a group of clients who need something or they need a problem to be solved. And very often when we see our companies approaching clients, they even say, we don't need space solutions. We're actually scared by space solutions. We need solutions to our problems. What can you, or the data you provide, the solutions you provide, can contribute to the resolution of our problem? So this commercial mindset is definitely something we look for from absolutely very beginning, then followed by no questions asked by commercial excellence. One point I can add, which is also quite specific for space tech as compared to even other deep tech areas or general startup development, is the agility to move around many stakeholders, being private clients, being investors like ourselves, being EUSPA or ESA, so agency, governments. You need to be as well an engineer, a salesperson, and a politician. And this is extremely hard set of skills that a team of founders or a team founders and early employees needs to resolve, because you'll have to deal with EUSPA, you'll have to deal with ESA, you'll have to deal with local government agencies, you'll have to deal with the governments, and they operate very differently. So this ability to maneuver around stakeholders that are somehow extremely difficult and extremely different from each other is another thing that we're seeking in successful founders.
That's very interesting, because my experience when I dealt or in touch with early startups, I usually say you are excellent engineers, you're brilliant at technical level, but then we are missing this ability to navigate and even to adapt sometimes the pitch to the interlocutor that we have in front of you. So it's very interesting what you're just saying. The same way is finding a niche, but it's big enough that is worthwhile to invest.
If I may add two examples of how it's hard to build, because the iteration cycles in space are rather slow, right? You build something, you test it, but only when you go to space you really know if it's working or not. And this feedback cycle can be extremely long, dependent on companies like SpaceX or whoever is the launch provider. And thus, to increase the feedback loops, you iterate with clients, even on products that are not perfect or even not yet your products. And two examples I can give in our portfolio. One company we invested in called Origa, working on alternative launch systems based on electromagnetic force. Before they actually launched something into space, they figured that this installation is a perfect hypersonics testing testbed. So they already approach clients and getting revenue for hypersonics testing. Hydrosat, on another hand, before they even launched their first satellite, they already worked on existing thermal and infrared data sets merging them together and bringing a product called EasyWatch to clients to learn to figure out what are the roads to market, what are the GTMs for them, what client needs, even though they didn't yet have even their satellite. And only when they supplement the satellites and they build a constellation, the data quality and the frequency of data becomes better. But this mindset of let's build something, but with the mind of approaching clients first, learning from them, and then readjusting also our capabilities to the needs.
Before I pass for a question for Elena Prasane-Marek, I just have a follow-up question to our investors in the panel. That is, what is, in your opinion, the main technological areas to invest in the next 5 years? What type of return are we talking about? And is it space within those main areas to invest in the next 5 years?
So, as investors, we are focusing on dual-use technologies, and we know that all of the space applications are dual-use. So, we are seeing that Europe is very strong on Earth observations. This is something that we are the global leader. The most of the money comes for such kind of technologies, but to build the autonomy and join the race between the US guys and Chinese people, we need to build infrastructure, the serious one. Launch technologies, satellite technologies, communication technologies. This is something that we as a Europe need to have in more volume. Providing also some technologies that could be used for the national security purposes. It's something that Ukraine war also show us that it's necessary to have. So the situation awareness, changing the data from the satellites into information that could be used in different purposes, not only on the battlefield but also, for example, for the supply chain. This is something that is crucial. And we as investors are looking for such kind of technologies. We are seeing more and more of them that are appearing not only in our region like Eastern NATO flank, but also across the Baltics region and other European countries. And what we need to do is to encourage more of the countries to make a collaboration on these technologies to build something that will unite the Europe.
So going through, structurally through the categories of traditional space tech or new space, from launch, Earth observation, SATCOM, in-orbit operations, let me put it this way, I wouldn't say there's any area of those big categories where we wouldn't look into and say there's something interesting in it. So I wouldn't say there's any area that's really commoditized and so that's done. Business is set. Nothing to play here. So as an investor, we look in all of those, and just to give you a glimpse in all of those, launch capabilities. It really strikes me that the technology we use to launch objects to space is actually 1940s technology. It's basically basic rocket. It's rocket science, but it's improvement on the concept that we devised in the 1940s. And what do we need? Cheaper, more frequent, easier launch. And there are companies out there who are figuring out and turning the idea on its head. What can we use to use different forces, to use different physical rules and laws to try to place objects in space? As mentioned, one idea we supported was using electromagnetic forces to do that. But there's a lot of those. So you could say that traditional launch is pretty much hard business with big American players, now Chinese being hard. Still though, there are areas that we can really put some bets as early investors were very risky, but if somebody creates new capabilities at a much better cost positions for clients, there's something to play. Earth observation, again, many new spectra of observation, Earth, the let's say visual spectrum in. Infrared, thermal, hyperspectral, so new spectra of observation, processing on board, so another technology that allows for quicker data analysis and downloading. sorry, you want to ask? Because Satcom, for example, IoT. So what Prasanna and his team are working on, and direct to device. In-orbit servicing, by the way, that's probably the longest development cycles, but extremely exciting area of development, where I believe the next iteration will not be point-to-point, Earth to space, and then we use the assets, but we'll do a lot of operations in space, from R&D, manufacturing, production, servicing, whatever. I mean, probably longer term, but very extremely exciting area. So I would say, in all categories, we find something interesting. It's down to the founders. At the end of the day, it's down to the energy, the creativity, and the resourcefulness of the founders who come over and say, like, I have an insight that this doesn't work. I'm gonna make it better.
And picking up on that, that's actually a very good transition to Elena, Prasanna, and Marek, because you are on the operating side. So you are on the other side of the table. You're actually operating in different areas in space tech. Could you just briefly explain us what stage are your companies now? What is the role of governmental support in the development of your companies, for example? And what type of support was more useful and why? And maybe we start with Elena, that is on my right.
Yeah. So what I would say... Okay, so it's a very good question. I would say it's a very wide question, but okay. So stage of the company, KP Labs, we focus on onboard data processing. So we are existing from 2016. Right now we are over 80 people. So it's second biggest company in Poland if we are speaking about the upstream. And of course, support from the government, from the ESA, from all the other entities is pretty crucial when we speak about the hardware. That's what we are working on. We have data processing units, so the physical, as it was mentioned, the in-orbit processing is something that is, becoming more and more important. So in case of Zaitra, we have the algorithms. In case of us, we have both hardware and the algorithms and the software to the specific payloads, so developed to prototype to see how the hardware works, the very first examples. And for me it was a real struggle, because before I was working in the IT industry, and when you switch from the IT to the hardware and to the space, the whole pace and the whole cycle of the development product is really struggling. But here, definitely, we had a good combination and a good support from the local government. That would be the first biggest, and so far the biggest project was the Intuition 1, 6U satellite that we launched with the onboard processing capabilities and the hyperspectral capabilities. And actually, that was the inspiration. Like, we have hyperspectral payload, which generates a lot of data, and there is no possible way to bring everything to the ground station. So the idea was to have this pre-processing, processing, and post-processing on board the satellite, so we can only downlink the most useful data. And that was the point. And we launched it 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, and that was with the support of the government. And then it was ESA. Right now we have over 30 projects completed, so it's a long way to do all this. But the beginning, of course, it starts with a smaller project, then you have the trust, then you build up the trust, then you have other companies to cooperate with. So that's a pretty long, let's say, way, and then you find the way how to position yourself on the market. So I would say it's a never-ending story. But then, of course, we also had the cooperation with NASA with one of the missions. So it's also brilliant way how to build up the whole path to this success. But again, we have the war in Ukraine, we have other challenges. So it's something. It's not the way that we find the sweet spot and that's it. We can just maintain the process. It's something that we have to analyze and monitor and explore and change, let's say, year by year, depending on what's happening on the market, but also what's happening on the international relations.
We will come back. I will follow up that with another question, but maybe Prasanna, you could also jump in and explain to us a bit more.
Sure. Hi everybody, and thanks for the opportunity here. What I would like to highlight is OK Technology has always been a front runner when it comes to delivering 5G IoT services in the market, and today we are commercial, delivering services to Saudi Aramco, one of the biggest 5G direct to smartphone connectivity, which we believe at OQ is of key strategic importance for European sovereignty and data autonomy and space autonomy in preparation for the IRIS Square initiative that's happening. And we think that, I think both watchers here touched upon the right points. Space is hard, and for me, I would even go one step ahead and say space is brutal. And we need definitely the support of institutions, which I believe is really picking up in Europe today. I think our constant patron, the Luxembourg Space Agency, and also our recent achievements with the European Innovation Council, being awarded the EIC Accelerator Grant and Blended Finance. These are all evidences that there is always institutional support for those who seek at the right avenues, and also patient investors, because as they said, rightly said, space is hard and brutal, and there's a long cycle to become commercial. And for what I see today is the lack of, let's say, growth and scale funds here in Europe in comparison to what we have in the US across the Atlantic, and that's the state we are. We are raising a Series B. We are looking for investors to scale our constellation because we have already proven the technology. Our customers are happy, and clients want a full-scale commercial service. And in comparison to what SpaceX has launched for the Starlink service, which is over 4,000 satellites, we are seeking to launch only 100 satellites, right? And then it's also already difficult to find investors to do that in Europe, and that's the status. But definitely the institutional support is a key element here, not just in terms of financial support, but also regulatory policies and frameworks that has been reconsidered and taken into account. That's a key initiative taken by the EU as a whole, because EU as a whole, I think, is moving in the right direction, trying to be lean and agile, but I think we have to catch up to our counterparts in the US.
Marek, real thoughts?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Our company Zytra is developing spacecraft autonomy with Edge AI solutions. And if you are asking in what stage we are right now, so we are early stage company, but we were able to deploy our solutions to a couple of satellites, defense and civil. We fundraised our first pre-seed round couple of months ago, and we see that we are going to meet some of our commercial and revenue KPIs. So we will probably open another round in following months. And when you ask me about the governmental support, I think once you are a founder who have clear vision and innovative technology, and nobody believe in you because you are a risky company, you can take and it's easy to start hacking the public funding. So you can take the money that are on the table, but then you start being in a circle. So that we have in Europe a lot of companies that are taking a public money from different grants and just getting bigger and bigger public funding, and they don't focus. They're losing time, not focusing on commercial side. So if there are money laying on the table and you learned how to start hacking public funding, you should take it because it's non-dilutive money. You start developing some IPR, you can start exporting but at some point you need to take a private money, and your key personnel need to start focusing on doing commercial business. And so it's about the balance, how much commercial and how much grant public funding support you have in a company.
I actually have a follow-up question for you, and maybe Prasanna, because you also touch a bit on this, the question of the support, monetary versus non-monetary support, like matchmaking, visibility or business, networking. How do you evaluate this type of support, and it's more relevant depending on the stage where you are for your business. Of course, money is important, we know that, but the support can also be non-financial. So I would like to have a bit your ideas, the three of you, about this.
Yeah, so maybe here I don't have that much popular opinion, because I think that non-monetary support is nice to have, but it is not critical. And I will compare the governmental non-monetary support also with private investments and venture capital. So there are many people who say that you should look also on added value of an investor. So if he can give you network and visibility and other stuff, but I think it is my job as a founder to employ a person who give me a network and employ a person who will create a visibility to me. So yes, if somebody giving you some added value like network and visibility and many other stuff, it's nice to have. It can help you to decide what money to take from what investor at the end. But it's just nice to have. On the first place, I want to have investor money. And the same thing is with the governmental support, because government, it is non-dilutive money, but government is investing into your company. And if we...
Because our two Wojteks, and before I will...
Can I follow up?
Can I just be devil's advocate, and then can we hear Prasanna?
I'll just make short comment on what was said. So every VC will tell you that it's value added, yeah? So it's your role as a founder to make a diligence on them and check out with the other companies that they have support, how it actually works. And first salesperson in the company is CEO and then CTO, and this is how it works. So then you can expand to hiring some more experienced people, but you are the first one that are going to the market and showing that this is something that is worth money of the other people. That's my comment.
And if I remember correctly, our venture capitals were also saying that there's other skills. So I'm wondering if the non-support, and maybe Prasanna, you could follow up on this question, if the non-monetary support could help the company to develop this set of skills that may not have from the beginning.
I beg to differ here with Marcin, because when we are speaking about non-monetary support, I'm not just talking about matchmaking and events and invitations. I'm also talking about it from a regulatory and a policy making perspective. To give you an example, for example, when today it's an open fact that especially when it comes to SATCOM, two of the US companies are sitting on the spectrum for Europe that can be used for standardized 5G non-terrestrial network spectrum. Now, having said this, how will European born companies have access to this market in Europe if the spectrum is being utilized or has been taken away for good by American companies? So there is no let's say, open doors for European companies or even a fighting chance, right? Now, if you take the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or Australia, for example, they took initiatives. They were sort of the front runners, where they said, no, I'm going to open a sandbox for local companies to have access to this spectrum, and they need to be protected by the incumbents, so that you give new companies, startups, and up and coming SMEs to have a chance to showcase their products and services and deliver what's necessary. And this sort of opens the market, creates a healthy environment to compete and address customer use cases and problems, right? Now, having said this, the WRC 2027 is coming up, which I think is going to be an important point for all European companies, SATCOM companies, to watch out for. And I believe this is the kind of support we are looking for from regulatory bodies and standardization bodies and governmental institutions, to ensure that the policy making is in such a fashion that it promotes competition. Okay, IRIS² is an amazing initiative from the European side for space and autonomy. What's going to happen? Who has access to the spectrum? American companies. So you build the infrastructure, you bring in American companies to serve the European market again. So how is it European sovereignty and autonomy? I think I will leave that for the audience to think with this question. Yeah?
Provocative, I like it.
Yeah.
And I would like actually to come back to you, Elena.
Okay, can I just comment a bit different thing, because I'm not a founder. I'm just head of product, so I just oversee all the products that we have, and that has flight heritage. But the thing is that I would say, depending on the stage, it might be very important to know the right people. And by saying right people, I mean, okay, how we as a, let's say, company 9 years ago know how to work with ISA, how to talk to ISA, who to talk to, that's the crucial thing. Or for example, okay, we knew that there is a delegation, there is Polish delegation, but okay, how do they operate? What are these people? How we should connect them? How we should approach them? How the whole this, thing works? So I would say it also was pretty important. And also, then of course, if we go to the events, if we go to some other, let's say, opportunities, even if you want to fly to the US, I would say, if let's say Cassini or another program will pay for it, this is a huge benefit, because sometimes it's, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 to bring people to another part of the world. So I would say, again, depending on where we are and the strategy of the company, it could be pretty useful and pretty important. Of course, visibility is something that we all work as a team to make sure it's happening. But yeah, I would say I'm taking all the support money, perfect. Non-money, perfect. Just bring it all to me.
In Portugal, I'm Portuguese, and in Portugal we have a saying that it says, if you are given a horse, you don't look at his teeth. So you might remind me now. But I would like to follow up on something that you said that is precisely linked to geopolitical context, because you briefly mentioned that in your previous intervention. And of course, it is important to ensure resilience and autonomy of the EU critical space components. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about, or your thoughts about how you evaluate the dependence on foreign technology or suppliers in your area of business.
Oh, well, I would say it's a bit of drama and horror because, there is COVID before, and now we have war, and now we have the American administration. So I would say it's not a great thing to have right now at the moment, and you need like a lot of these cables, so etc., etc. The example that we have, Leopard Data Processing Unit, it consists of over 130 subcomponents, so you can imagine you have to bring all this from all over the world, so this is a real struggle. So I would say we're on the hard part of the business because we do the hardware. I would say from the software part, it's a bit better, but I would also say it's the reality we're facing, and these are the results that we have from all the previous years. So it's not, we woke up and it just happened. It's just the real results of the decisions from years back. So again, if you're speaking about China, if you're speaking about some other countries that produce, that have this mass production, this actually happened after the Second World War. We wanted to, decrease the price, so we wanted to push the economy. We wanted to make sure that everything will work. So that's the flip side of the companies, of the decisions. So companies right now facing it, it's not easy, but we definitely explore, and I think ESA and some other agencies, they also do great work to make sure that at least some gaps could be covered by the European entities, at least some gaps could be, better, let's say, addressed. But yeah, it's a long way.
Before we go for a final question to all the panelists, I would like to go to our investors. And how do you see the role of investors ensuring and contributing for this resilience and autonomy?
You want to go first?
To be brutal, we as investors, we have one incentives and motivation, and I always try to think through many problems from incentives and motivation point of view. And the motivation for us to exist, and the only reason for us to exist, is to make our investors money. Period. Yeah. And however brutal that sounds,
I would say it's a side effect of making good job on investments.
Well, I would say this, it's always a question of, what comes first, chicken or egg. But, our investors don't give us money because they like us or because they think we should be pushing one policy or the other. They give us their hard-earned money to make them more money. And very often people forget about it, but in many discussions people forget about it. But we're here to make money to our investors. Then we need to go and find the best companies that are, within the trends, within the technologies, within the markets that have the highest probability. Well, our role is to make money to our investors. And if there is a trend, which clearly there is, and I'll connect to your question, that over multiple years is going to create new markets, develop existing markets, restructure the market structures, and create completely new, let's say, tectonic movements. We should be there, because in those kind of merging points of the tectonic plates, that's where funds like us, or any venture fund, finds opportunities. It's not where there's stability and there's status quo. So to connect there is there is clearly a tectonic shift in geopolitics, clearly, and it's been happening for years. I agree with you. I mean, it's been a system created after Second World War, which has made the world what it is today, but the world is changing. And in this regard, with those changing tectonic plates, we find opportunities within there to make more profit to our investors, and clearly resilience is one of those. By the way, if you ask me as a person, we all should be resilient as human beings, as families, as societies, as countries, as the world. What does it mean? It's always kind of it's very often used as a buzzword, but for me it's being strong, being grown up, being responsible. And me as a human being, of course, we need to be resilient. Europe has slept over too many decades, and absolutely we need to grow up. We need to find those opportunities created by those shifts, but it's not us creating those shifts. It's let's say bigger forces creating them, and then finding the opportunities in them and support the fantastic founders, some of which and founders, senior executives of the companies, some of which are sitting here, to drive innovation, to drive the next iteration of what's to come in those markets. And we should be finding the one, quite early. We invest at Series A. You guys probably more a little bit earlier, but find those early opportunities where other sources of capital are deficient or they are not willing to take the risks, and help them transition to kind of the new world. So that's how I see our role in this world.
Yeah, this tectonic shifts it's a good idea. We are building an investment firm that will stay for a very long time, and we are looking at the technologies that can grow for the decades, not are just short-term trend, but that can grow and be very important element of our life. And we believe that space industry offers this and also something more. Technologies invest in technologies that matter, such kind of like people here are developing. And as our role in the funding of these technologies, we understand where we need to be and when act. I'm not a big fan of the grants, but I know that they are the risking our investments. If founders are able to take such kind of money on the early stage to cut some significant risks, our investments is much faster and straightforward, and the path to commercialization is also much faster. So we know that all of the parties will and funding schemes will need to coexist on the market. Grant funding, support from the agencies and programs, venture capital funding, but also customers. This is something that is necessary. We are looking for the companies that can make a commercial success from very early of their activities. And without seeing such kind of commercial potential, we won't be able to help. It was said before that people are picking some grants, but in some specific moment it must stop. you need to be commercial. So I think VC role is super crucial. We should put more VC investments into space tech. We should mobilize more of the private capital that will work hand in hand with us and in other instruments, because it's a must nowadays.
Thank you very much for that thoughts. And I have one final question. We are running out of time. I think we could endure this conversation for the rest of the afternoon, but unfortunately we need to release the stage and our audience also for other sessions. But I would like for all of our panelists 30 seconds reply, because this was something that was mentioned here, that there are other regions, US, China, they are advancing, they are doing. It is clear that Europe will not be the first comer, but which area, in your opinion, it could regain or gain leadership? 30 seconds, first thought. I start with Elena.
Okay, so first that came to my mind pretty much what we are doing. So this is AI, and AI in a sense of edge processing, something that we believe in, and we see that it's actually Europe is much more ahead of the US in terms of AI in space. Thank you.
Marek? Be provocative.
I agree with this one, and probably still communication. That's what. Where would I go?
Wojtek?
I will say about in-space logistics and return capabilities, like for example our company Atmos Space Cargo is developing, and also communication services, also laser ones. There are a few companies in Europe coming from Lithuania or Luxembourg that are building great technologies, and I think it's something really cool.
I don't think there's an area we can actually relinquish strategically in this environment. So I think we should, invest heavily, and we have money, we have resources, we have people to do it. For some reason, we're not grown up to do it. Invest and then let 1,000 flowers blossom. I think it's a Chinese, policy from years ago. Let 1,000 flowers blossom and see how the market is shaping up, and give a lot of space to the private markets, to commercial markets, to see which ones of those are really giving us strategic edge.
Prasanna?
Well, I'm going to be very partial when I say it's going to be SATCOM, for sure, because that's what we work in. But of course, AI is another key important topic, and the availability of launchers, because we have fallen a lot behind there. But what my message would be is that irrespective of all these technologies, what is key here is the availability of more growth funds, because today we are seeing a lot of companies popping up, early stage startups and SMEs coming up. But what they clearly lack is the availability of enough growth stage funds, and the lack of this could be devastating for Europe, because we already see a lot of companies and hearing about them moving from Europe, shifting their bases elsewhere, just because there is not enough funding schemes here, be it commercial or private equity or grants to support the growth stage. And I think that's the key here. For myself.
I think we can wrap up with the idea of the 10,000 flowers blossom, and then ensuring that they have the fertilizer to keep growing. And I think this is actually a good, very sustainable visual. I would like to thank you, all of you, for your inputs and your ideas here, even for your provocations, because we do need to be provocative also and have different perspectives on how we do business with and in space. This is also what would keep us sustainable, innovative, and moving forward. So I will welcome that everyone join me on a round of applause to our panelists. Our panelists will still be here. I know that we didn't have a lot of time for questions and answers, but I'm sure they would be available to bilaterally speak to any of you if you would like to. In my personal name and the name of DigiDefis, I would like to thank you very much for your availability and your thoughts here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And for those following us online, sessions will provocative. Thank you. I love that, because otherwise we are just echo chambers.
You're welcome. Also next time.
No, thank you so much. I'm sorry we had a shift in the program and we had to shorten this session a little bit. So I'm sorry for that. It was a last minute thing. It was just to ensure that the main stage would not be competing here with the audience. And so good program there. Exactly. So we tried to make it in a way that we would ensure that we would have audience, and I think we did it quite well. So thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you for great moderating.
Pleasure to meet you.
I forgot mine. Sorry.
You want the physical one or?
Yeah, I think.
I will send you.
If you have moments, this is something that brings attention.
I met some of your teammates in Brussels. I wanted to get you up. We heard about you from Sunfish.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you. I will send an invite for you.
Should we remove the buttons, the ones we use?
Yeah, and I need them. Sorry, to expel them from the stage.
Well, because now we need to check. There's too much noise.
30 minutes presentation into 10.
Tak, bo oni się nie słyszą jednak, więc potrzebuję tego. Wiesz co, można może ewentualnie... Dostałaś dodatkową wodę, czy nie? Tylko to, co tutaj. 4. For the streaming, you know, they won't get the right titles. You did it. Perfect. Together with Victor. This is yours.
Okay, so we're about to start our next session. It's not working? We're going to start our next session. There's been a small change in schedule, but we're going to have another presentation from Vera Pinto. There's a small technical issue. Where the slide is not changing. But yes, I think I will go ahead and continue. So we're now going to look at another topic that is very, very important for the future of space, the space industry, the space sector, which is diversity and inclusion. And Vera Pinto will now introduce to us the Diveris initiative. It's the Commission's network for diversity and inclusion in the space and defense sectors. Vera, I leave the floor to you.
Hello again. It seems this morning I will be spending a lot of time with you, which is good. But now I bring my other hat, that is the Diversity and Inclusion Office. It's not working. So we have a bit of a technical issue, but while we solve the problem, it's not working. Okay. Well, seems we are back. So I wanted to talk to you about something very strategic that we don't talk about a lot. So today, in our sector, in the space sector, 45% of the employees do not believe their companies are treating them equally. Around almost half of the workforce think that not all employees enjoy the same opportunities in the workplace. 53% actually said that the idea that defense, aeronautics, and space sectors are not welcoming. And we have also a huge aged workforce. It is a trend in Europe, we know this. It is not out of context, but it means that there's a high risk that in 10 to 15 years our workforce will be retired, most of it, and that will cause a disruption in the sector. So we'd also know that this is strategic for our sector and for the competitiveness of our sector. We were talking about that in the previous panel. That is important to ensure the competitiveness of the sector. And having a skilled, motivated workforce is also part of that aspect. So we would know that seeing at European markets, and this is well documented, diverse teams in Europe, European companies, they have 60% better problem solving, and this drives, of course, innovation. And when we look at job seekers, more than half, so 61%, they actually prioritize a company that has a diversity and inclusion commitment. So it's not just anymore about having a good salary package, it's also have the necessary changes in the company to become attractive, because job seekers are looking for other aspects also. And of course, this also translates if you have a diversity and inclusion policy in place and everyone feels that they are being equally treated, this also represents more retention on the workforce. And keep in mind that our sector, the skills that we need on our sector, we are competing with other sectors too. So it's also a question of how our companies of our sector, they position themselves in the market to be attractive. So it was a bit based on this context that the GDEFIS decided to create a platform called Diveris. So the main objective of this network, of this platform, is actually to promote diversity and inclusion precisely as a driver for innovation and competitiveness of our own sector. So the idea is that we want to enhance and build a resilient workforce that ensures the renovation of generations and the transmission, the knowledge transfer. Is also to increase representation of underrepresented groups in our sector to become even more diverse. It's also about attracting new talents and also retaining the existing talents that we have, raising awareness among our sector and exchange of best practices related to diversity and inclusion, and of course also to contribute and to support policy development. And for example, in the coming year we will have EU strategies related to diversity and inclusion, and we would like to have the inputs of the reality of our sector and also try to translate this into policy development. So how can you be involved in Diveris, and how you can participate, what this means for you? You can become a member, a facilitator, or a trailblazer, and I will explain you that in the coming in a bit. You can yourself launch an initiative or join an initiative links to Diversity One or training sessions that are organized by the network. Then of course you can always spread the word, be yourself and advocate for diversity in your organization or community. So coming back on the different profiles of members in the network, you can be a facilitator. So that means you are, as an individual in your personal capacity, you are committed to inclusion, diversity, and equality. You don't need any specific or professional background. You just need to be linked to the space sector or defense sector. And there's no such thing as small steps. Anything counts. You know, imagine a bucket of water with multiple drops of water. It's the joint effort that makes the bucket full. So it is a bit what we are trying to do. So the idea is to just be creative, adjust yourself, collect data, share ideas, engage with authorities, organize local events, assist others to organize events, or to assist others to put in place diversity policies. The same thing for trailblazers. So facilitators, you participate, in the personal capacity. Trailblazer is for organizations. And here it can be national, regional, local authorities. It can be institutions, agencies, international organizations. It can be companies, associations, foundations, non-governmental organizations, trade unions, universities. As long as you are a organization, you can register as a trailblazer. You will need to sign an equal opportunity declaration that you commit to promoting diversity and equal opportunities. And of course, you would be engaged in the network activities. You can yourself also lead activities. You can seek support of facilitators or other trailblazers from some action that you would like to put. Just keep in mind that sometimes, and for my experience dealing in this topic, sometimes it's just you don't know where to start, and this network and the members of this network would be a good way to start. And how does this network operate? Usually we have one annual meeting. If I'd like to attend, please come to me after this presentation. I'm happy to explain you where the meeting is going to take place. We have a web platform where the network can keep in touch all over the year, where we share information, documents, supporting document studies, where you can post that I'm looking someone to help me with this, so I would like to do this. Is someone available to help? We will also engage in webinars, some online events over the year, some trainings, etc. Some activities precisely to keep the network moving. And once a year we will publish the report of all the activities that the members of the network done. And on our website you can also reach out to the members, because there's the list of the trailblazers and the facilitators that are part of the network. So at this moment, Iveris was launched beginning of this year, in end of January, and at this moment we have around 60 members between facilitators and trailblazers coming from a number of EU and non-EU countries also. You can see that we have also diversity in terms of type of organizations that are involved. We have universities, European student associations, EU institutions, we have private companies also, and we also have a good distribution in terms of age of the facilitator. So at this moment, this is where we are today. I hope that these numbers could change and that you can actually join the network. If you scan the CR code, you will see the membership application form where you can upload your information, your data, and then the network will come back to you. The secretariat at the GDFS will come back to you. So keep in mind you can join as individuals or as an organizations. Anyone can join, more than welcome and free. So please scan the CR code, complete the membership form, and receive in a few days or a few weeks the confirmation email, and you will be also given at that moment the access to the resources and the platform online. That is a Teams group, so easy to deal these days. But of course the success of this network and how much we can bring change to our sector and make it more diverse and inclusive, it depends on all of us as individuals and organization. It depends on you too. So keep this please in mind, and if you would like to have more questions, you can always approach me here in the venue, or you can send an email to defesequality@eceuropa.eu, and we are more than welcome to reply to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. That was a lightning fast presentation. We had some small change. You have the green will advance, right? And then this is a laser pointer, but I don't know if we need it. Yeah, and actually I think we can go ahead and advance it. Yeah, so we can go to the next. Okay, so we're going to shift focus, but again, still looking at the future of the space sector, but focusing on student activities in the space sector. And students are the future. They are the people who will make up the workers, the people building the different space solutions for the sector. And I'd like to introduce Martina Chudec, invite her to the stage. She's going to give a presentation on the impact of the Student Council to the President of the Polish Space Agency on Poland's space academia ecosystem. Martina?
So good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I will present you the role of Students' Council to the President of Space Agency. My name is Martina Chudec. I guess it's okay. Now it works. I hope we will go with this. So first, let's start with numbers. So we exist since 5 years. We have had 5 cadences, and during this time we brought together more than 100 members in total, and all of these people are unique personalities and have a lot of space achievements. We have members all over universities in Poland from different disciplines. We have lawyers, we have doctors, we have engineers. So this is what makes us special, because every person is a specialist in something else. So how our role grew through these years? First, we started with some local networkings with students and building space students contact based, because believe me, it's very important to have. We usually don't know what happens in different universities, and it would be so helpful if we knew this, because we can collaborate, we can help each other with projects. So we started to do some base where we can contact with each other and make a platform for it, for sharing our experience. We supported every POLSA event since we exist. Sometimes it was a small role, sometimes it was a big role, but we always were there for POLSA, and we support how we could. We prepared some workshops for members so we can develop our skills, our soft skills, gain some knowledge, because as I said, we have many disciplines, so people can get general knowledge about something they don't know in space, because as you know, there is a lot to know about space. And the most important, through these years, we create a team, because creating a team is something that needs time and effort to work good, to look in the same direction, to have the same goals. So I guess that every year we have better team. It's not working so good because I click it every time and next. Okay. It needs to be clicked like 10 times, so sorry. Main areas of our activity. So first, we are POLSA advisory body. Okay. It doesn't work. Okay, now it works, but it's hard. We represent the view and interest of students from Polish universities at the Forum of Polish Space Agency. We integrate the academic environment by developing opportunities and platforms for experience, exchange and integration of students engaged in the space sector. Organization of lectures, participation in conference, and organization conference also. We empower YAU through knowledge sharing and providing mentorship during competitions. We run information campaigns on social media and a nationwide science initiative for high school students in Poland. Our social media accounts serve as newsletter for what's happening in Polish young space sector. We have our Facebook account where we post some success from our teams, some rover teams, some rocket teams, so you can be in touch with what happens here. We have our LinkedIn account where basically we post the same, but also we build some contact base with people who we can invite for our events. And we have, of course, our Instagram account where you have some live stories from our events, where you have posts and you can see what past events we did. So we have a variety of social media, so you can be in touch what's happened in space sector. We support science and space events. For example, we do mentorship for many events. For example, one of them was Hackathon Space Apps in Stalowa Wola. ERC, so it's European Rover Challenge. It's one of the biggest events for space, for space for students who do space, let's say, because it's a competition, as you probably know, where teams all over the world compete in rover competitions. So what we do there is doing some stands, doing quizzes, being judges in different competition, and of course the main goal, one of the main goal, is to integrate. Because what I want to highlight on quite every part of my presentation is that the integration of students, of space students in Poland, is our goal, because it's very important. Next, we are a patronate for NASA Observe the Moon Nights. We encourage students from Polish University to organize this event on their university. And I'm proud to say that one of the first, let's say, NASA Observe the Moon Nights in 2022 year was done by my science club, which I'm a founder and super the Moon Night. And we were one of 2 points in northern Poland where you can see this event. It gathered people in a wide range of age. There were adults, there were children, there were teenagers, students, and all of them, from what we heard, gets very inspired by this event. Children were happy where they could see something like a rocket, and we hope that this will impact their maybe future career and turn them into a space industry when they grow up. And of course, the main point of the program was to observe the night sky. Unfortunately, it's not always good with the weather condition, but this night was quite clear, so we could show people how to observe moon, because this is the name of the event, how to observe different objects on night sky. Up conference, it's something what I find as one of the biggest achievements for Students' Council, because when I joined Council 3 years ago, we came with the idea that we wanted to have something what's connected with us, what is made just by us. And we came to the idea that we will make a conference, which will be also a kind of platform for people, for students, who can then do the networking, who can show their work, who can talk with other teams, as I mentioned, and how it looks like. Science club, space science clubs all over our country get invitations every year. We had 2 editions of this conference so far, and it will be another edition this year. So students get invitation, free students from every space science club, and they come for lectures, for workshops, they come for some panels, and they can also show their work, their projects. And what is the outcome? The main outcome of this is that we can share the experience, as I said, because it's really important. And I wanted to show you some pictures from this conference. So this is this year, last year, 2024, Up conference. You can see how many people were there. We had more than 100 people, so it's quite a big number. We can see that the amount of space students and panels, and as I said, we had some precious guests. And here are just pictures of how it looked like. Okay, and another part of integration academic community is sharing members' successes, because I think it's a big way, the best way of empowering and inspiring youth. Because how it look like, when you see someone who does something nice, you sometimes think, oh, I'm not enough, maybe it's not for me, I look up to him or her, but am I the same, can I do it? And if you see it many times, I think you can believe that, okay, why not? Why won't me? Why wouldn't it be me? So I chose random students because, as I also said, actually every student in our student council has achievements, but in different regions. So I chose randomly few students who I will just present here. I should do this with all our students, but then it would take 1 hour because everyone has something. So first is Hania Grechuta, who was a part of creating HYPE satellites in SatLab AGH, which is the smallest Polish satellite. We have Armin Ernst, who, as many others from our council, took part in an analog mission in Lunares research station. This was a Hephaestus mission, and it was about simulating the stay on Piri Moon crater. And 2 more. So here is IAC 2023 and our council members, Marcin Jasiukowicz, Magdalena Sadowska, Bartosz Rybacki, Kamil Żukowski, who took active part in this conference. And here is Wiktoria Mrowiec, who took parabolic flights from ESA Academy experiments with Mr. Sławor, so it's also a big achievement. What are our plans for upcoming years? So first, POLSA Students' Council in schools. That's something what we already started, but it's not so regular, so we want to make it more regular. And we want to make it as a program. Why? Because let's say it this way: every member of our council will have a task to go to his or her high school to talk with students who are in this high school now. It have to be inspiring for these people because, as I said before, it's not. People sometimes don't believe in their people who work somehow in the space industry. Let's say who do project in space industry. They will say, "Okay, why not me?" And we want to show them that sky was never the limit. Of course, we want to prepare third Up Conference edition. Work is in progress. It will take part probably in autumn, so you can feel invited for this event. And of course, we will support mission promotion of Ignis mission, because we all know it's one of the main events. Not only this year, but one of the main events in our history of space. And of course, different current initiatives, recruitment of new team members, which will be done maybe next month, maybe this month. We are waiting for start. So new team members will come and give some new ideas. We hope so. And many lectures. Here I want to also mention, because it's worth mentioning. On this picture you can see Karol Kołacz, who is now the president of our council. And if Karol is watching us, then thank you for your service. I think you are doing great. And this was very interesting lecture based on Interstellar movie, which is personally one of my favorites, about physics. So it was worth listening to. And more workshops, more stand, more space talks, which is just our daily routine. So we keep doing what we did. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Martina, for sharing your activities with us. It's very interesting to see what you were doing, and this work is very important, right, for building the future of the sector. So, we're going to continue this theme of student activities, and for our last session, in the morning sessions, I'd like to invite 3 students to the stage. Oop, we are not going in the right direction. Somehow we've gone back in time. That's okay. Okay, here we go. So I'd like to invite 3 students to the stage. They are from the Simli. Simon Kravchuk. If you could please come to the stage. We've got some microphones here for you. So I think we have a small problem with the presentations. Give me a moment to just sort that out. If you could just wait. En fait, c'est Simli. Donc, Sim.
Hello, test.
Non, c'est pas là. Hein.
Does it work?
Okay, problem resolved.
So, hello everyone. Thanks for attending. We are students from Simle Scientific Association. I hope you have a great time in Gdańsk. But firstly, let me introduce my colleagues. Wiktor Butrukevich, who is a project manager of Simba Rocket program. Szymon Krawczuk, head of Slack project, system engineer in Scanway. Also a former president of student council, the president of POLSA. And nowadays a system engineer in Scanway. You may be wondering what is Simle. Simle is a student organization, is a team of ambitious students from Gdańsk University of Technology, united by passion for creation and innovation. We operate in interdisciplinary teams carrying out projects in the fields of space tech, supporting the development of young talents. It's like a startup for young, motivating students to do the projects they want to. There are in total 147 working members scattered across 7 different projects. I have to mention that Simle started in 2013. We had more than a dozen projects, but those are the ongoing ones. And now Wiktor will tell you more about the places we are able to create all these projects.
Yes, where do we work? Many people think that we as students, maybe we work at libraries, maybe at classrooms, maybe at garages, but that's not the case with us. Thanks to our university, we're able to work in specialized environments, and one of them is the Protolab 1. This is like a main hub for Simle. You can find there oscilloscope, soldering irons, mainly the tools that help us designing and working with electronics. But not only, we also have 3D printers, we have a little storage there, we have monitors, computers, everything that is needed to create our designs. And these tools we will probably use in our future careers. So this is very, very important to learn them through possibly mistakes, of course. And it's very nice that we have that. The next one is Protolab 2. Out there you can find the heavy machinery needed to produce the parts made out of metal. And out there you can find drills, lathes, CNC machines, and all of these tools we can use by ourselves. And this is super convenient because you don't have the worker that you have to explain to him your design. You just simply can go to the machine and start doing your job. Of course, we have a training by our university so that we won't make harm to ourselves. But it's very helpful for us. And what's more is that we can work here and in the Protolab 1 24 hours, 7 days a week. It is very important to us because we have students, we have classes throughout the day, so we work mostly from 4 p.m. to the our motivation. How we are motivated. We are aspiring to become a better engineer. We love designing things, we love creating things, we love learning the world through our mistakes also. And that is the principles of an engineer, to to just simply create these things, and yeah, we are aspiring to become a better engineers. We have also a fantastic environment out there in our workspaces. We have amazing people. Everyone is a friend, and you just simply can go there, speak to different people. Somebody is working on autonomous sea vehicles, somebody is working on rockets, somebody is working on balloons, stratospheric balloons. You can always talk to anybody, and this is highly motivating environment. And also we have a thirst for knowledge. We love learning, that's why we do it. And this really motivates us to work every day past the midnight, solve many different problems. That's super cool. And now, Szymon will tell you about our project Sea Sentinel.
Okay, so first project I would like to discuss is the Sea Sentinel. It's a boat, unmanned boat, designed by our team, which takes part in a competition called Roboboat in the United States. It is a competition that directly addresses challenge of modern maritime industry. Students from across the whole world have to design their own boats, which on their own they have to navigate and develop multiple tasks along the course. Their challenges are inspired by real challenges from the industry, and we are competing in that project since a few years. What is worth noticing that the group that started this project actually started working on it even before going to university. So they actually started in high school. They are so devoted to that idea. And since a few years they are coming back always with some prizes. They, for example, they were awarded in multiple categories. And what is very good about this project is something that is also relevant to other projects we will discuss today, is that this is an interdisciplinary project. You have to have people in your team from different specialties, and you have to have some systems engineers who are actually just learning what systems engineering is, but they have to already manage the project. They have to manage it from the technical point of view, they have to manage it from the project point of view, and this is why this project is giving so big educational value. Another project, actually one with the biggest heritage in our organization, is the Stardust project. It is a project of scientific payload and experiment which is conducted during the flight of a stratospheric balloon. In this project, the key idea was to investigate the forms of life in the stratosphere. Our team built a system of pumps and filters which were designed to simply suck a portion of air from a given height in the atmosphere, and to later try to investigate if any new forms of life not known before were found. And actually during the Bexus project in which this team took part, they simply developed the project before, but later they won the competition from the ESA Academy, and they had opportunity to fly their experiment in a professional scientific balloon in Kiruna. The mission had much bigger possibilities compared to flying our own balloon in Poland. Actually, in our science club we developed multiple stratospheric balloon campaigns, and actually they found a new kind of bacteria that was not recorded before. So we have a new project, a bit similar, but taking this challenge from different perspective. I think Jakub will tell more about it later, about the Storm Dust project, which actually also is a project which was recognized by the Rexus Bexus competition, and which used that opportunity to fly experiment with the help of ESA. We have seamless science, and it is not just one experiment. I would say it is a group of people focused on scientific activities. in multiple competitions that we take part in. For example, in the rocketry competitions, rocket has to have some payload, and this is how the Seamless Science originated. It originated with the project called Amber, which was actually the sub-project for our, I think, R7 rocket. And what was the purpose of that project? I think it is on another slide, but in general, it is a autonomous module which is capable of performing biotechnological experiments. Seamless Science also works on another project, and this is our, I would say, the most scientific, the least engineering part of our organization. But I really like that we have them as a devoted team, because this cooperation between engineers and scientists, actually all of us are doing part of something. This mixture is really good, and I can see, because I was in our club a longer time before. Now actually I am working a full-time job, and I see that during that years the organization really developed, and we are doing more and more science. We started as a bunch of students who wanted to do technical challenges, who pursued engineering greatness, I would say. But later we found science really interesting, and we changed our path to really focus also on scientific activities, and these things are really connected. We are now not just doing research, we are not just doing engineering development, we are now also communicating it properly, we are also documenting it properly. So based on our scientific papers, which we'll show you later, other scientists, our students from other countries also can get inspired by our research. I also think it was called Slag, and it is solid lubricants in microgravity from Gdańsk. Sorry, it's just an error in the presentation that we do not have that slide here, wrong version of the file. What this project was about? It was research done in microgravity with utilization of the Bremen drop tower. Again, team from our organization won that competition held by ESA. We were selected by the ESA Academy experiments, and this is how we got our ticket to enter Zaram Tower. And what was the purpose of that experiment? Actually, it is inspired by another projects we did before. I will mention them later. We wanted to check what is the influence of the microgravity on friction. For many engineers, many scientists, it sounds irrelevant, but actually there is data backing up that it is worth studying. There was one experiment held on the Beijing drop tower by a team of Professor Duan, which showed that they measure something different in friction with utilization of classic tribometer when they drop it from the drop tower. But they also see that their setup is not perfect and it should be done different way. And actually, we used that one of PhD students, which was also part of our organization for a longer time, developed new method of measuring vibrations. So we utilized what he did during his PhD, and we developed an experiment for the drop tower to measure the friction through his vibrational tribometer. So we are now doing the data analysis, and this experiment has some, I would say, real scientific value. And actually, we really like to vocalize it to the university authorities, to other people, that students really can do something which is not just for educational purpose, but that is something which has some real value. And I think we opened some doors at our university by showing that to other students, but also to the deans, to the rectors, that we can have scientific papers which can compete with the papers of our professors. Of course, it is very rare that students have such papers, but it happens. And I would say it also opened us a way to gain bigger finances for our projects, which I would say are quite impressive. And now I will give it back to Jakub.
measuring the amount of ice on the poles in Earth is now done manually. There are people that have to go out there in the coldness and measure it by themselves using sticks. That's why they thought about making it more autonomous. They've built a drone that has connected to it a sonar and a radar, and now they're in phase of testing to check if it is possible to use the sonar and radar data combined to calculate the amount of ice, so that no humans have to do it. It can be done autonomously. And I just want to showcase that it started as an idea, and they found a problem, they wanted to resolve it, they came to Simle, and now we are helping them to create a resolution. Simle Stellar is our newest project. It aims to build a Mars rover. Now they are trying to. Now they're in phase of thinking about all the systems. They want to do it from grounds up by themselves, to develop all the electronics, all the hardware, all the software to compete in ERC, European Rover Challenge, that takes place in Poland. They aim to be there next year, so wish them luck. Now, I would like to say Simle business. If you look at Simle, it is like a tree with projects being a tree crown, and Simle business is the roots of the whole association. They're the reason why we are here, and they take all the not engineering problems. They try to they're talking with industry, with partners, with our faculties and our university to gain funding, to show us to the world. They are the ones that are not as visible as the rest, but they're making all the hard work, and they also staying late, and they're making sure we're able to travel around the world, do the research, do all the lab things by ourselves. And now Victor will tell you about our Paramount project, which is Simba.
Yes, the Simba rocket project, which I am the manager of. On the left you can see our R6 rocket called Chrząszcz, which you can see next to the POLSA stand back there. And this rocket in 2023 have won a third place on the Spaceport America Cup, which is based in USA. And this proves that we as students from Poland can compete with the best of the best teams from around the world. And this rocket is 4 meters tall, and its engine is a hybrid engine, which you can see on the right. The oxidizer is NTO, nitrous oxide, and the solid fuel is what was the solid fuel? A polyamide pipe and a nylon rod. Right now we've entered the phase of constructing our new rocket, a Orzeł 7, which you can translate to Eagle 7. This rocket will be also 4 meters. Its engine will be running on something different. The oxidizer is still to be a nitrous oxide, but the solid fuel is going to be a paraffin. And about the paraffin, we are doing a research. We are actually doing a science about these solid fuels. And we will probably be presenting the research done on the paraffin-based solid fuel in the near future. About the whole rocket, everything is done by us. We make custom electronics, we have custom software, we're performing simulations by ourselves, and it really shows that we as students, we are really wanting to become a better engineers. and we love doing everything by ourselves. And we are doing a lot of mistakes, but this is how you learn, and yeah. There is an exciting, not exciting, but interesting fact about the time to first job. The average student from the studies in engineering and technology, after his graduation, it takes around 1.5 months for him to get his first job, and this is quite a lot. If you think about in student research groups such as Simle, they actually are starting to work even before graduating. So to be exactly precise, there shouldn't be 0 months, it should be a negative number. And what is also interesting is that the students involved in research groups are getting the jobs in the fields that they want to work in. And for example, many members of the Simba rocket project are working in Space Forest, which is a company that you maybe know, the company based also in Poland, and they are building commercial rockets. And also members of other projects from Simle are entering their jobs in the aerospace industry. For example, Szymon, he is from Scanway. So that really shows that we are learning the skills needed to be a good engineers. And Szymon will tell you more about the science that we are making.
Yes, this slide here is not to make you read all that, it's just to show you that there is a lot of the papers you made. Actually, a lot of that are conference speeches, because this is the easiest thing, I would say, and which is introductory part, how to introduce science and scientific communication to our new students. And actually, it all started with the Hedgehog project that I will mention later, and Adam Dąbrowski, PhD today, and he took our team from the Hedgehog project, including me, to our first IAC in 2018. And this is when I was first time on proper scientific conference. And later, next generations of students in Simle also took younger people to that conference and to other conferences. And this is how now writing conference papers is something very usual in our club. And it wasn't like that, I would say, that 6 years ago. So this is, I would say, something that I am very proud of, that I could be part of that change in our organization. And some of that science is very basic, I would say. It's just some conference talk, but among that we also have papers in like a really good journals. So it's also something that is cited by some other scientists. And apart from that scientific part, what competences do we gain in that project? Again, some list. Those are the ones that are needed to do the real project. And this is something that is special to people who perform projects like that in our organization, in other organizations, on themselves, that they really gain the skills that are needed to be really good engineer, really good manager later on the market. And those are the people who can like really jump straight from the student projects to real work and be really big value for the company. I would say apart from just skills like problem solving, risk management, people also gain some expertise related to specificity of the space industry. They are acquainted with the space environment, they knew the space institutions, they know what ECSS is and how to work with that. They have a lot of knowledge that you would need to consume time to learn a new worker in your company, and our students, they have it on the first day in their job. And here is something very interesting. This chart was created by Adam Dąbrowski, PhD, mentioned earlier, the one who was leader of the Hedgehog project, which can be seen in the center of that chart. This is a family tree of Polish projects which were executed in the programs of ISA Academy and Rexus Bexus. So you can actually see some main lines here. There is Warsaw line, the blue one, which is focused mostly on the Bexus projects. There is the Wrocław line, the green one, and from that Wrocław line sparks the red line, the Gdańsk line. And there's also a project which was born by themselves, the Black Spheres. It was originally made in Krakow, and I think it was made really by guys by themselves. But what these shapes here mean, that there is something like generational exchange, and older alumni help younger students to perform their projects. And I would say this is great because we can use what earlier was done in our organizations, but what is important, we also use what was done in different organizations, because see that the Gdańsk line sparked from the Wrocław line, and this gets more interesting. What you see here marked with blue rectangles are the projects that have at least one team member who now works with me at Scanway. I would say that more than 1/3, maybe even around 50% of the engineers team in Scanway company is composed of people who have some experience with student projects. Some of them did those projects with ISA, some of them did other projects, like for example the Formula student racing projects, but all of them did something before. And I would say it is close to impossible right now to find like a really good, really big worth candidate to work who is young and who was not doing projects like that. And people with knowledge from that projects are really great value for the company. I would say this is one of the main sources of talents for Scanway right now. And what is also important, it's not just like that those people happen to be there. Scanway company is actively helping them. Actually, the Scanway company was created by people who did first they were part of the Frede project. They later did the Dream project, the one with the four arrows coming from it. Yes. So they helped so many projects, and now they are giving work to that people. So this is the investment that really pays off later, because they have competent people with whom they can do their business. So I really encourage everyone to help such projects like that. I'm also very thankful, not only for Scanway people, but also for the university, the ministry, that there are bigger and bigger finances for our student organization. I think Jakub didn't mention that, but with help of the business department and with help of all that generous institutions who are helping us to perform our activities, we have yearly budgets of 6 figures, I would say, and in total it's for share, I would say it's in millions what we did projects for. And I would say this is something that really pays off, because organizations like ours really contribute to our space workers market, I would call it like that. And some of them, as you can see on the Scanway example, even start their own companies, which are now stock companies and are traded globally. And another nice example of what we do and how we can measure that we are doing nice things. We exchange ideas. We learn also from people from abroad. This is very big value for us. I would say a lot of what I learned and what helps me now to be a good manager in Scanway is that international experience. Because thanks to how many places I have been as a student with people from how many cultures I could cooperate, it is now much easier for me to work in Scanway, where I daily cooperate with people from Korea, Kazakhstan, United States, and Germany. So it's really important. And some people criticize that maybe students could just do things and do them in Poland, not to go on abroad trips. But I would say it's really part of the investment, and it's really important.
And all of that we wouldn't be able to do all of these things without the help of our faculties, from our university, from industry partners like Space Forest. They help us with their knowledge, because after all, we're all just students trying to do things that are hard. That's the whole part. That's the whole fun part of it. So they help us with knowledge, with equipment, with funding. So as Szymon mentioned, we are able to travel across the world to do research, do amazing things, and hopefully don't stop there. As it was mentioned before at this conference, sky is not the limit. Students can do amazing things and keep dreaming. That's all for us. Thank you very much for attending. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
We will be around, so we are very open to discuss that.
Yes, thank you very much, Jakub, Victor, and Simon, for sharing your work with us. It's very impressive, and it's very inspiring to see such a high level of ambition and also collaboration within student teams. So thank you very much. At this time, since we do have a few minutes before lunch, does anyone from the audience have questions? Would anyone like to ask them a question? If you just raise your hand, I can bring the microphone over to you. Yeah?
Sorry if that sounds sort of like a recruitment question, but I was wondering whether you could tell me about some recent problem that you were able to solve and make.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. I was wondering whether you could maybe highlight some of your work, maybe by telling us of some very recent problem that you have solved, maybe over previous years.
I think maybe it's not very recent example, but I really like that example. When we were doing the Hedgehog project, it was focused on, actually I didn't mention it because we already mentioned a lot of projects, so now I can mention that. It was focused on measuring the vibrations inside the rocket, and this was because, again, I will mention Adam. He wanted to do his PhD about space and vibrations, and no rocket manufacturing entity gives you data about their vibrations. So he learned that there is the competition where he could place his own experiment in a rocket and measure the vibrations yourself. But it turned out that that rocket was like really badly described from the heating point of view, from the thermal point of view. So actually we started with one experiment and finished with two, because on the way we developed our own way how to measure how bad environment thermally the rocket is, and we even have now patent for that. That there is a patent now on our university for the method of measuring the heat flux specifically in a space rocket. So this is, I would say, nice example of a problem we solved. Now we are solving many projects. I would say the problem solving is not always connected with the engineering problems. It's often connected with the bureaucratic problems, with the world we have to deal in, with the rules we have to face. But I would say this is very practical experience, and I can confirm I'm using this experience now in my job.
All right, thank you very much.
Other questions from the audience at this point? So if there are no other questions, that is the end of our morning session at the Agora stage. So we're going to break for lunch until 2 p.m. So see you back here at 2. Thank you, everyone. the other people talk.
Yeah, but when I talk, just so you know.
Okay, so we already have quite a few people seated with us. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. I hope you had a good lunch. Yeah. So we're going to get started with our next session, which is a Cassini matchmaking session. We're going to have 5 companies here present. There are 5 companies, but 6 people. And to introduce our session will be Justina Radokiewicz, who is Cassini team leader at USPA. So Justina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's my big honor to welcome you here at the Cassini matchmaking session. I'm happy because I see some faces that I don't know, which is good. It means that people from outside of our space sector are interested in this area, and you will be today experiencing some real-life examples, some examples of companies that work in space, develop solutions for upstream space, where we have satellite platforms and satellite components, rockets and so on, and we have also the downstream space where you will see companies that develop data analytics solutions and really implement space technologies, satellite technologies on Earth. So I'm representing here USPA, the European Union Agency for the Space Program. USPA is based in Prague, in the Czech Republic, but we operate in all Europe. And our mission is to bring the European space programs, the technologies that are developed within the European space programs, meaning navigation, Earth observation, satellite communication, in the market. And as part of these missions, we also support European space entrepreneurship. So the examples of companies that you will see today, they are all supported by Cassini program. And you will be able to engage with them. So if you are interested in cooperating with these companies, please stay here. After the session, you will be able to meet every one of them, connect with them, understand better their business. But also, if you are a company in a different sector and you would like to use satellite data, you can talk to us and we will help you with our technical knowledge, and we will be able to tell you how to program the venture capital investors. I'm happy to see some of our partners here. We have investors from all Europe, but in particular, because we are in Poland, we have also Polish representatives here. So if you are also interested in building your own space startup, you can talk to us after the session, and we can also connect you with investors and also help you financially in our Cassini program. So now I will leave the floor to Florent, that will explain you the different components and support actions of Cassini. Thank you.
Thank you, Justina, and hi, everyone. Yeah, let's start this session. So, can you see me? Perfect. So indeed, Justina, so Cassini is the European initiative to support space companies, entrepreneurs, investors, corporates, all the actors in the ecosystem. We have lots of different actions in Cassini. You can see them on the screen right now with the space camps, the academy, the mentoring, hackathons, challenges, accelerator, matchmaking, investor network. If we go quickly through each of them, so the space camps and I'll say the hackathons are more early stage actions for young professionals, for students to learn more about the industry, to get familiar with space. The EU Space Academies is also providing one-on-one sessions for participants to follow, to talk with experts in different topics, different fields. Then we dive more into the mentoring and the supports that we can provide to the ecosystem and to entrepreneurs with the hackathons. So the students that are, for example, launching their companies get mentoring. You also get mentoring when you're joining the business accelerator, which is for more mature companies in the ecosystem, where they can, it's really focusing more this time on sales, business development, making sure that they're also growing in different countries, having these international elements. So we're really covering, I'll say, the full spectrum there. Also on the funding side with the challenges, where you can get funding from an ID, a prototype, or a product stage. And Justina was mentioning the investors. Cassini is also investing directly in the ecosystem through the investors, having a fund-on-fund approach as an LP. So to make it simple, We will also have different investors that are present today that are also in the Cassini, as you see, to be engaged. Today it's with the matchmaking, another action, and I will let the floor now to the companies, the great companies presenting. Today is upstream, tomorrow it will be downstream. This is going to be an interactive session, so it will be half presentation, half networking. I see lots of people joined. So yeah, without further ado, let's start this session. And we will start with Lorinas from Astrolight. Lorinas, floor is yours.
So, hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see you all here coming for our presentations and discussions. So I'm Lorinas, I'm the founder and CEO of Astrolight. We are a company with a mission to bridge the communication gap between space and Earth. And the reason why we are doing this is simply we have so many satellites coming. There are already around 11,000. This is a picture from Leo Labs, just depicting, you know, what kind of activities there in space. And there are a lot of satellites. And what is happening and what is growing is we see a new economy, new activity, new network being created in space. And that network will mean satellites, mean people living in space, traveling in space, and they all will need communication. So in a simple analogy which I tell, around 20 years ago we needed really a very high throughput, high bandwidth, scalable communication to connect our continents, to connect the world into one information field, and that really changed the world we live in. In the same way, we need something like that to connect space and Earth. And the reason why we cannot do it with radio frequencies is because the spectrum allocation in the radio for satellites is just limited. And we can only download around 20% of satellite data with radio because there is not enough spectrum for satellites. In the same way, we had this problem with dial-up internet. So we have this vision to build internet backhaul for space using lasers. And it will be composed of space and ground infrastructure that we are building in Astrolight. We are now a team of 20 people. We already have funding raised more than 4 million, almost 4 million in order backlog. You see here our main customers and partners we're working with. We were part of the first batch of NATO Diana Accelerator that also validated our technology for defense. We just recently expanded to Denmark, where we have a strategic direction to also create capabilities in the Arctic region, both in product. The vision with Atlas is to make really affordable industrialized laser terminals so that can fit in different size of satellites. And our vision is with this product to make this technology really wide scale for wide adoption. We start with 1 gigabit per second version, which we are flying now with 4 missions, which you see there. PEFCR, also Cassini mission, Kai Labs, Hermes. So these are the missions we are now in. This is just a start. We will scale up to 10 gigabits per second on the same platform and then go even further than that. OGS is our ground product, which we are now testing. It's its second generation. The first generation we tested recently, and this is the kind of product that has to be robust and survive different weather conditions. That's why you see our guys testing it in really cold Lithuanian winters. So really respect for them, and we'll soon deploy these also in the Arctic environment. And finally, recently we raised our seed investment round with Balnords and AFO and Co-Invest Capital. So we are really happy that we were able to forge this really nice team of really high conviction investors. And what is next? We want to expand Atlas to also be capable to do space-to-space links, to actually connect space networks with ground networks, and also to deploy our first optical ground station in the Arctic, and then scale up with the future rounds that we want to raise about 12 million euros in about 1.5 years from now. So we already closed this round and start raising another round. So we are happy to move forward, and very exciting things are waiting. I think that we as Astrolites want also to contribute to superiority of Europe, and we are calling all the who are here to support us on this journey to build a sovereign European optical communication infrastructure. Thank you.
Yeah.
One more very important thing. I'm investor from Balnord, and we met during Cassini Entrepreneurship Days last year in Prague with Laurinas, and this is how the journey started. So it's valuable to join the Cassini program.
Thanks a lot, Wojciech.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Laurinas. It was really interesting to learn more about Astrolight. Maybe quickly before we go to the next speaker, as I said, we want to make it really interactive. Do you have any questions for Laurinas, or quick question that you want to ask in between?
Since it's optic stuff, what's about the weather conditions and
site diversity, basically a network that is distributed around the world, and also not only space network, but the ground network, but also space network, and they have to work in orchestration. So satellites, they can really have a wide coverage, and if there's one place covered by clouds, there will be other stations that will be available, you know. So with a combination of space and ground networks, you can make it work.
Perfect. Thanks, Laurinas. I think that was a great way to start the session. So let's go with the next company. And if you click on the next one, yeah, it will be Atmos. So we're going now to Germany with Sebastian and Pierre. So I'll let you present Atmos.
So hi everyone. Thank you for coming and listening to this great opportunity with Cassini. So I'm Pierre Coste and I'm a sales manager at Atmos, and I'm here with Sebastian, co-founder of Atmos. So Atmos was founded a few years ago by 4 people with great experience in the space and military field. Those 4 people you see on the screen. And our goal is to build space logistics with our technology, the Phoenix capsule. So it's a capsule that is able to have many payloads, different payloads up to 100 kilograms for the Phoenix 1 and Phoenix 2 prototype. And it's based on a unique technology that is an inflatable air shield that allows us to go back to the Earth with great mass and less G loads for the payloads. With doing that, the possibilities are for life sciences, semiconductors, and military applications. Basically, you can land what you want any place in the world in less than 60 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Pierre. Hi from my side also to everybody. Thanks for your time here today. I'm Sebastian, CEO of Atmos Space Cargo, and I would like to show you what that looks like in real life. So this is footage from the first mission that we conducted 5 weeks ago. So we launched on a rideshare mission from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So we handled all of the logistics to the launch site and the integration of the satellite. And here you see the deployment of Phoenix 1 into space. And all of this was controlled from our mission control site. So this is in Germany, but we also have an office in France and hopefully soon also in Poland. And so here you see the flight path over Brazil where we came into the atmosphere. And down in Brazil we also had a team. I was personally there, so we had a little airplane with cameras and what we are working on is also military capabilities. As you all know, we have some great assets for communication and Earth observation and navigation in Europe. But what if we also had the capability to do military logistics as well as fire support from orbit? And this is something that we are actively working on right now due to the threat that we have, unfortunately, from Russia in Europe. And Atmos will also do its part for the defense of a sovereign and free Europe.
Thanks a lot, Pierre, Sebastian. Again, really interesting presentation. I have lots of questions personally, but I'll leave the floor to the audience, and we already have one here.
Hi, Navikam Hardwick-Vianello from Mountain X. What about your next round?
Very good question. So in the seed round we did 10 million. Series A is a 20 million round. 15 million is already committed. So yeah, if you're still interested, we can speak, but we have to be quite fast because we're planning to do it still before the summer break.
All right. Another question from the audience? Maybe a quick one on my side. You mentioned recently that you opened new office, so in Strasbourg, in France. Or do you see like the development also in Europe with the different countries, or is it like your vision to develop in Europe the company?
Yeah, so Atmos is a European-based company. So the office first started in Lichtenau, which is in Germany. Then we expanded to Strasbourg for having a foot in France. We are really thinking about opening a Polish subsidiary in the next months. And maybe why not in other countries if it opens new markets. But we are really going on all the European market and in everywhere. And having a foot in a country helps, especially for defense projects. But for all other projects, we'll be where we need to be.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Pierre, Sebastian. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, let's continue. I think the next one exactly, it's Endurosat. So going now to Bulgaria, and yeah, I'll let Monica present Endurosat.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure being here today. I'm Monica, I'm a programs coordinator at Endurosat. Wait, let me just take this. So our goal is to make space universally accessible, and to do, we were founded in 2015. Our main production is also in Sofia, so all of our satellites and subsystems are produced there. But we have 5 more locations in Toulouse, Naples, Berlin, Luxembourg, and Denver, so we can stay close to our clients and our main markets. We are actually moving to a much bigger office very soon this year. It will be 17,000 square meters and 1,000 square meters clean room, so we can accelerate space innovation even further. And this is actually a big step, not only for us as a company, but for Europe and especially the region, because it will be the biggest space center in the Balkans. So we're quite excited about this. To do all of what we're doing, we have this talented team of 230 plus people, engineers, technologies, and developers that help us deliver our products and services to our clients as fast as possible and help them reach orbit as fast as possible. So we have over 350 success stories from the academic world, the private sector, and the scientific sector. We're also part of the Copernicus contributing missions, and on the Cassini side, we're actually now participating in a mission that is managed by ESA. It's an IOD/IOV mission. We managed to do this by having the full in-house capability based on our technology, both for every part of the platform on the subsystem level as well. All of our platforms are software defined and in-orbit configurable, so they give the space to our customers to manage things in orbit as well. We have over 2,500 modules in orbit and 60 delivered satellites, as you can see. And what we offer is the full service, so from the mission design, the engineering phase, the payload integration, the testing, all the registration and licensing that you would need, to the launch and mission operations. So as well, again, this gives the customers the flexibility to what extent they want to be engaged in the process, or they just want to give everything to us and get the data and get going. So as I mentioned that we're growing, our platforms are growing, so we're currently working on the 3rd generation of our ESPA class satellites that will be up to 350 kilogram payload capacity. This is a great step again for us, but again also for European technology, because it's a modular design that is in-orbit serviceable, and it's a great step further that we're quite excited for. So this can be applied for urban monitoring, environmental monitoring, maritime surveillance, for much more demanding missions with much higher data rates. So I'm here for any questions now, after. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Maybe a quick one on my side. You mentioned you're moving to a new location in Sofia to expand your capabilities. What is going to be the difference once you're in that location? Is it going to also expand the opportunities, like business opportunities? Like, can you tell us a bit more on that side?
Well, yes, for sure it will expand the opportunities. in Bulgaria as well, because it's a great opportunity for innovation and new technologies that can be developed. And we will have all the testing capabilities in-house there as well. Currently, we have most of them in-house. Other than the vibration testing, we'll have this there as well. So
Perfect.
that will definitely close the cycle on every side for us.
Perfect. Thanks, Monica. Great. Let's continue. As you see, like, we got lots of international companies. That's why it's called EU Space Days. But we're in Poland, so we need to also have like local companies. So I'll now let Oscar present Scanway, but you should know already Scanway.
Yes. So hello everyone. My name is Oskar Zunek. I'm business development manager at Scanway, and let's get to the presentation. So Scanway Space. What are we doing? We're doing space cameras, so the optical payloads and instruments for many different purposes. Like, for example, for Earth observation, but not only, we can also contribute to the exploration mission. At the beginning of the next year, we are flying with our payload to the moon, to the orbit of the moon, to see also and make some pictures of the moon. We can contribute to some in-space operations, so we can help with our cameras to do some operations on orbit, to some manufacturing or some servicing mission as well. And also we can contribute to some SSA missions. This is also still a technical concept. We will be working probably on some missions soon regarding SSA, but for now our cameras and cameras that we are using and the telescope that we're using have already TRL9 in some of the fields, like Earth observation for sure. We have also some in-space operations, but we will also get some TRL9 in the exploration soon. We have two branches of the products. So we have Scanway optical payload, but also Scanway camera systems. Like Scanway optical payloads is the telescopes for the satellites, so we can use them for Earth observation mostly, for example, but also for to making pictures of the moon or even some SSA operations. We have also smaller cameras, like we can call it Scanway camera system. This is the cameras that we can use for, like, for example, we had two cameras on the Ariane 6 maiden flight. We are looking for separation of fairing and deployment of the satellite. So those cameras can be used for many different purposes, to check if the satellite is working correctly, to check if the sail was opened correctly, if we don't produce any space debris in orbit, and for many different purposes. Regarding optical payloads, so we are building from small telescope, like even 1 unit CubeSat size, up to bigger one. Right now we are building 450 millimeters aperture telescope that will give us sub-meter resolution from 500 kilometers. We are also doing a lot of different spectral ones, like near infrared, but also shortwave infrared and classic RGB. And what are we doing? We have a couple of missions already. We are right now working off a couple of them, and we are building this big telescope, as I mentioned, in the project called Semovis. We have also one project with Korean partner to monitor methane. We also, as I mentioned already, we are doing some mission to the moon. We will be flying with intuitive machine to the moon next year. We have also a couple of Polish missions, like PIAST mission. What about us? We are a Polish company. The headquarters is in Poland, in Wrocław. We also opened our branch in US. We have more than 80 employees right now. Our product lines, we have TRL9 for them, for both product lines, like the camera systems, but also telescopes. Of course, if you change something and if you choose different solution, that wouldn't be the TRL9 for sure. Couple of payloads are already in space. More of them will be soon. We are a public company. We entered the Polish stock market last year, no, let's say in 23. Yes, so we are listed in Polish stock market since 23, and we are 8 years on the market. And thanks so much.
Thank you, Oscar. Do we have any questions for Oscar? Was it clear? maybe quick one on my side, Oscar. Scanway announced yesterday, sorry for my pronunciation, they're working with Bungie, like an agri-food company in Poland.
Yes.
So yeah, lots of missions happening in Poland, abroad, also internationally. How do you see it, like as a Polish company? Or what's your perspective on it? I'll say, like all these missions happening in Poland, but also abroad.
Yes, so like Scanway have also two branches. We have a Scanway Industrial when we are doing mostly vision systems for quality control for terrestrial applications. So we're doing those stuffs here on Earth, and it's mostly the Polish market is enough for that kind of stuff. But when we are doing the space stuff, so the Scanway Space, that's a really international market. So we have to work with our other partners all over the world to do some missions, to do some projects. Yeah, and by that we're doing everything internationally mostly, but we have also more and more Polish mission, Polish possibilities to do some projects, nice projects, also through European Space Agency in Poland itself, and we also probably will be doing more and more here in Poland as well.
Thanks a lot, Oscar. Really clear. All right, we're already at our last company for this session. So it was super interesting to learn about all you're doing. So now I will leave the floor to you can like on the next slide to Boden from SETS, and Boden, the floor is yours to wrap up this presentation.
Thank you for the introduction and for this opportunity to be here. I represent Space Electric Thruster Systems, an aerospace company that provides affordable and reliable electric propulsion systems and their subsystems, whole thrusters, storage and feed systems, and power processing units. Our company was founded in 2016. Since then, we have come a long way from creating a laboratory, manufacturing and testing our first laboratory samples, to determine the best design, on the basis of which we've developed qualification models. And finally, in the beginning of 2023, we got a great achievement. Our company got a successful flight heritage. For now, we have developed 3 flight models of electric propulsion systems. The first one, unfortunately, couldn't reach the orbit because launch vehicle failed. The third, SPS-25, was launched in January 2023 and now is also successfully operating in orbit. Since our company is based in Ukraine, it's not surprising that we are currently facing certain challenges in finding customers. As a result, we are open for various mutual beneficial cooperation opportunities. In addition to offering our propulsion systems, we are also open to providing manufacturing license to partners looking for in-house propulsion solutions, as well as considering merge and acquisition opportunities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Boden. And I see already like a question in the audience.
Hey Bogdan, this market in Europe is quite crowded, so what makes you stay a part of the competition?
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned, we are from Ukraine and our prices is much cheaper compared to our competitors. And also, as I mentioned, we already have successful flight heritage with 2 systems, and let's say this quality and price ratio is quite great. And we have lots of discussions with potential customers, potential partners, and I believe that we will find our partners and our customers with our product.
Thank you, Boden.
And can I please add also? And one more important thing that I haven't mentioned, we also design and manufacture all main subsystems in-house. So PPU, storage and feed systems, and whole thrusters, we all do it in our lab. We have 5 vacuum chambers of different size, so we can easily adjust to our customers' requirements.
Perfect. You mentioned in your previous slides all the ways to collaborate with you. That's a perfect transition for me to go through the next part of the session, which will be more about networking. Maybe just before that, a question also that came to mind was on your timeline. So what's the next step also for the company? You presented the key milestone that you already achieved. What's coming up next for on your side?
Actually, as I mentioned, we are open for different ways of collaboration. The best one is to get more customers, because now we are able to, let's say, system we can do it, but we do not have enough customers. So still we are open for new contracts. And also we are looking for partners from Europe to establish our office, part of our manufacturing facilities there, and it's basically two main goals for us.
Perfect. Real clear. I think that was a good good way to wrap up this session. Well then, so thanks a lot. Thanks to all the speakers for the great presentation. It was super interesting. I didn't saw time passing by. If you want to continue the discussion, now is also the time to move to the second half of the session, which is more around networking. So you heard about lots of different ways to get engaged with each companies. So now it's also the opportunity to talk with them directly. For that, I propose to move to the next area that is on that part near the Cassini walls, where you have also other companies that we brought for this event. And I propose let's move there if you're interested to speak with everyone. And thanks for attending this session.
Non, c'est... Okay, so we're back. We're going to dive into our next session. Can everyone hear me okay in the audience? I can hear myself, so we're good. Okay, great. So yes, we're diving into our next session, which will be on Horizon Europe, which then is used later in companies and businesses and to launch real products. Really how this research will translate into real world applications. Moderating our discussion is Marko Sirovic, and he is head of unit for space and research at Hidea. Before I let Marko take over, I will just introduce briefly each one of our guests here. So I'll start with Dr. Richard Engelen, yes, who is Deputy Director of the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service at ECMWF, and he leads work on greenhouse gas monitoring, long-term service management, etc. So, welcome. Then next we have Alexander Jacob, who is Vice Head of the Institute for Earth Observation at URAC Research, and he has expertise in scalable computing, data fusion, and digital twins. Welcome. Next on my list I have Machi Simonaidu. It's correct? Okay, thank you. And she's Managing Director of Agro Apps. She has a PhD in economy with 15 years of experience in agritech projects across Europe. Welcome. And Eva Haas, who is Head of Strategic Accounts at EOMAP. She works on satellite-derived solutions for monitoring aquatic environments. Welcome, Eva. And finally, Charles Galland, who is Policy Manager at Eurospace, where he focuses on EU and ESA-level space policy and industrial strategy. So, welcome everyone, and I now pass the floor to Marko, who will be moderating our session.
Thank you very much. Welcome also from my side to all the participants here and online, and thank you all for having been willing and able to come over and participate. And for me, the objective is to bring together a mosaic, as I call it, of different participants from private and public, larger and smaller institutions that give different perspectives of how our Horizon projects have contributed to making Earth observation more sophisticated, broaden the application, and increase the impact. And I'd like to start with the ECMWF and Richard, asking you, so if you look at the developments of the Horizon framework programs, and your institution has been for a long time an entrusted entity, how do they feed into Earth observation in the EU space program? So how has been the development of the also private sector business that you might be engaging with, and how has been developing of public services or products being fostered, and how do you see your role as an entrusted entity here?
Yes, so thank you for the question. So I'll start with an overview of Copernicus itself. It's the Earth observation program under the EU space program. It consists of beautiful satellites monitoring the Earth environment, the ocean, the land, the atmosphere. But it also consists of the services, and you mentioned already our service, the atmosphere monitoring service, but we have the climate change service, the marine service, land service, etc. For me, that's the beauty of the program, combining the satellite observations with the services that provide added value. And to give you an example from the atmosphere monitoring service, we combine satellite observations with all kinds of other observations with our forecasting models to provide daily forecasts of air quality globally and in Europe as well. For the climate change service, we combine again the observations from the previous decades with the best weather forecasting models we have to provide a consistent data set for all these years to really monitor the climate. So this is part of an operational program. We do this basically every day. Every day we provide this forecast. We could, in principle, just push the button every day and get the data out. That's it. But in order to stay really at top of what we can do with these operational services, we need to keep innovating, we need to keep developing and also expanding the data portfolio. A little bit of that we can do within the Copernicus program. So we use the program to develop further what we already provide and to develop new services, and then once mature, implement them as part of an operational service. So for us, it's really critical to have the research program. We can work with the best scientists and organizations in Europe to really develop and keep Copernicus state of the art and world leading as it is actually. The interaction with the private sector is, of course, important as well. It is sometimes challenging because as an environmental monitoring service, you want to have full transparency. You need to make sure you can explain what you measure, how you measure it, which sometimes goes against the business interest of the business model of a private company. But at the same time, innovation is really well done in the private sector. So we really need to find the ways there to progress. And as a very nice example, we are now working with new emission monitoring services as part of the atmosphere monitoring service. And there we have emerging companies that develop these small satellites to monitor atmospheric concentrations resulting from methane emissions, for instance. So they are really maturing now, providing new data products, satellite data products, and we use the Horizon program again to develop the tools to use this data that can complement what we get out of these Copernicus Sentinel missions to really provide the best of both worlds. So here again, Horizon helps us to really bridge this sort of gap to make sure we can put this in an operational service context.
And maybe just to go back, being an entrusted entity, what does this mean for ECMWF?
Well, for us, it's in the first place, it's an honor to be entrusted by the European Commission to implement two of the services, actually, the climate change service and the atmosphere monitoring service. We have long experience with combining satellite data and ground-based data with Earth system models. We have been running weather forecasts globally for several decades, so we have a lot to bring. But we also are very well suited now to work together with all the entities within Europe. So we implement the service and make sure that the budget is well used and spread over the different expertise centers in Europe to provide the best service we can. Coming back to Horizon, we think the long-term development needs to go, and it's not just long-term development at ECMWF itself, but it's long-term development within the service, which the Commission then can use to sort of frame the Horizon program and frame the calls with inputs from others as well, of course. But for us, it's really helpful to have that interface where we can say, well, hey, this really needs longer-term research to really keep the Copernicus service at the state of the art, and then having the opportunity to work within these calls to set up these projects.
Well, thank you. And from the point of view of the European Commission, given that we heard also this morning that the Copernicus is recognized as the leading Earth observation system, we're obviously glad that there is strong support to it. So let's stay with research institutes, and I'm handing over to Alexander Jakob from EURAC, which is a different kind of research institute. You are also, I think, very much privately based and funded, and coming from therefore a different angle. And OpenEO started a long time ago with Horizon 2020, so it has come a long way with Copernicus. So could you tell us, how did this happen that you came on board, participated? What are the results in the industry of big data from your project, and what is the impact of OpenEO, and how does EURAC see the usefulness, the sites that you prefer and appreciate in our framework programs, and where maybe you would also see the next step?
Right, yeah, thanks for the question and thanks for inviting me. Very much honored about this, and OpenEO project indeed was something at our heart that we have developed since many years by now, starting in 2017, and it has been continued to be funded later also through other initiatives. But the start was very important, as we have already heard before. We really need the research, the time to do research, the time to try things out. This is what the Horizon program basically offered us at the time, and continues to offer us also with Horizon Europe now and other projects. Really, OpenEO, for example, first of all, what is this? This is actually an API for doing cloud processing of Earth observation data in a standardized and harmonized way, which allows you to simply define your workflows without, as a researcher, need to know where is the data stored, how is it organized, and so on, and also create a kind of vendor independence that you're in the middle in order to detach from this and make use of these when you need the cloud resources, but not be completely dependent. Just to give people here a core idea what OpenEO is. So it really makes the access to the data and also the definition of your workflows simpler. And indeed, as said, the main impact is really this, that people can define their workflows without the great knowledge. This has now also continued and come into the Copernicus data space ecosystem, for example. Right now we are, since quite a few years, also collaborating with OGC to become this accredited as a OGC community standard. We are in the very last step of this long process, which is mostly, I would say, more political than a technical work at this stage, because you really have to make sure that there are enough people on board and willing to build this. And all of this wouldn't have been possible without the funding in the beginning to work and develop, have the exchange, bring the people together. That's maybe also another key component of OpenEO, is really open from the heart. It's an open source project. Until today, it's managed by a project steering committee, which is independent of any funding agency and continues to push the ideas, find new sources of funding for further projects and activities. A huge role was also helping together between the Commission and also the European Space Agency, who continued to fund OpenEO as a research project after the Horizon 2020 project was finished, and then now, as said, went back to the Commission with the CDSE, Copernicus Data Space Ecosystem, and the collaboration there. And yeah, I'm just happy to see that it finally is at the level of maturity where it finds uptake. But as you can see, it really takes time. It's almost 10 years until you get there, having a lot of users and people test and fail and try again and improve. This morning we had also this interesting notion of one of the speakers regarding the failing forward. This is really part of this, being able to develop and get the feedback, improve, and incrementally get there, basically.
When I hear that you say almost 10 years, it is notwithstanding the fact that research has grown drastically in all aspects. Time is a factor which I think is very often underestimated, and how complex research is in this area. Maybe you mentioned the Commission ESA, but which other stakeholders are interacting with, who, so to say, jumped on the results of your work besides?
I mean, we have also a few companies who started to develop this. Again, this is all open source and everyone can use this. There's the open source project on GitHub, which everyone can benefit from. There was even companies like IBM who started to develop some of their geospatial new solutions on this. The Swedish government can take it, and with this we really have the goal achieved, that there's uptake and people are continuing to develop it also together. We have this exchange, we have monthly meetings of developers where people can just come in, ask questions. We organize events and conferences and so on, so that people learn how to do it. This is also important, we discussed it earlier, this teaching component. So not only the development, but also helping others to get into it is also quite important here. Create the material, the tutorials, so that people find their way in this, and also not only develop the server side, but also the client side, so that it's really easy to get into it, which is a requirement, which I've heard here also from colleague Charles. So that's definitely to be seen there. Yeah, there's also Planet, or Synergize now Planet. They're building this in the Sentinel Hub, for example, and many other companies.
I found it interesting that the Swedish government came in, so it's also a mix of public and private institutions interesting in exploiting your work, which I would say is almost an ideal impact from the point of view of the Commission. So, going further down the line, and I mentioned public and private, let's go now to the private side of the business. And so Sorry. I'm turning to Mahi Simeonido from Agora. You have also been a long time beneficiary of our programs. I remember even one project where I was involved in one of the review meetings, which I found very intriguing. And you are still from a company that is calling itself an SME, so I would be curious from a point of view of an SME in EO and for agriculture, what are the challenges when you go to the market? And what's your business model? And what role does R&I play in this business model?
First of all, let me thank you for having us here today. It's an honor and a privilege to be discussing about this EO, now space industry, companies, the public sector, everybody getting together in order to move forward to the next day. When we started 10 years ago, we saw an opportunity to use the Copernicus services that were just appearing for the agricultural sector. And yes, we started the company based on grants that we received in order to build those services. And those challenges come from the fact that, first of all, when we started, but even now, farmers and I think the society cannot really understand the value that EO can bring. And today we had the opportunity to hear very, very interesting speeches in the morning, and it was really clear to me that, okay, we are 500 people, 1,000 people being involved in that, but when you go down to the community, to the people who are doing their everyday jobs and they are using part of those services, they don't actually know the value, and I think this is something missing. So when we started, the first challenge that we had to face was the fact that our users, our customers, potential customers, could not really understand what it is that they are getting out of it. The second thing was the fact that the whole system faces challenges in general. The products that are we get from EO are not always tailored to the needs of the agricultural sector. So there we had technical barriers that we had to overcome. We had issues on resolution that was really important, temporal, spatial resolution, things that could not actually give us the opportunity to serve the whole sector as we wanted to do it. It was better than before, but then again, it wasn't the optimal. And I think one of the things that we faced was, and on our country scale or even beyond that, then you need a lot of tailoring to your services. You need to focus on how you can bring this, and it can be actually useful to other countries, to other productive systems, because agriculture does not fit all, one size does not fit all. So it took a lot of time and investment. So our business model started with the fact that we had, in the beginning, we had an idea, we had an understanding of how this could be useful. It took a lot of time to educate our customers, to get them to be more familiar with what we are bringing, to even make our services more reliable, to increase the usability from our adapted in their everyday activities. So now in the last 5 to 6 years, we are a commercial company offering those services, but we still use R&D funds coming from the Commission because we see the clear value in them. And that is needed because we need time, and this is something that was already discussed. We need time. One of the cases that, one of the first projects that we had was about irrigation. What we do is that we offer service for the agricultural sector, going from tillage to irrigation, fertilization, etc., using Earth observation data. So the first year that we did our pilot activities for the irrigation scheduling for smallholder farmers in Greece, it rained so much that the whole project did give us nothing in return. We had no results. So this is only one example. And in agriculture, you need at least 2 to 3 years to validate. The second thing is that we need data. And it is a fragmented sector. We didn't have data because Earth observation services rely heavily on ground truth data. We need data coming from sensors, from the farmers themselves, and there is still no one single place where you can find this data. So we are all working in different sectors. We get data to validate, we do campaigns, we invest a lot of money, and then this cannot be used by other communities as well. So for that, we move along now. So we have our commercial plans, but we also rely on R&D to bring even more, even better solutions to our customers.
In how many countries are you now? You said there is more than one country. You always have to adapt, and that's always a hell of a lot of work. In how many countries are you now selling?
One of the things that was really amazing is that we found many countries within our country. So when you work with cotton in the northern part of Greece, then it's completely different with cotton in the east part of Greece. So now we are working in many countries, even in Africa. After we have joined the ISA tender process, and we have cases there. But then when you go to different countries and you serve different crops and different needs of the sector and different players, I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed and cannot be addressed by one company only. We need to work all together for that, to bring more value. There are many investments that have been made in the last few years and made things really, they moved things forward in a way that we couldn't imagine before.
So you have also partners in other countries?
Yes. Well, we started with arable crops, to be honest, 4, 5, 6, we were so reluctant. And now we serve more than 30 crops.
And how many are you in the company?
40 now.
So still an SME, still working with heavy challenges.
Yes, still an SME. Of course, we have a strategic investor who came along 5 years ago. They trusted our vision and they came along and they help us a lot, but still an SME.
So there is another company, EOMAP, who's, well, not anymore an SME since you were acquired by a Dutch company, Fugro. And so if Ahas can tell us about the path, the growth path of a company from an SME to becoming part of a bigger group. So how has your participation in Horizon shaped your company and products that made you interesting for someone else to bring you in? You have become very attractive, obviously, for someone. And what's a little bit the difference between your products for public and private sector? And once you are in a big company, what does this mean? How did you change, or how did you have to change to continue?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and tell our journey. And I'd like to start in the year 2006, when a very brilliant physicist decided that the physics-based algorithm for water detection has actually a commercial potential. So we are at EOMAP, a spin-off from the German Aerospace Center, and from day one, while being deeply rooted in research, we have had a commercial portfolio. So we're very proud of our commercial product portfolio. However, that doesn't exclude that we, of course, also growing with and participating in the Horizon and precursor, let's say, funding schemes. And I think what is for us, let's say, if you talk about the portfolio, how we became interesting, I think keys, you always start with a certain product that you believe in, but then of course you want to widen your portfolio. And what Horizon helped us to do, and again the precursor projects over the years, is that we could take, you took risk from us, we could go to new markets. We had time and funding to really develop the markets, because besides, you need excellent technical knowledge, that's clear, and that's perfect to continue that, because if you stop investing in research, you get time to access the market, you have time for a design phase, you can get early adopters in. If you tell, well, I have a novel product, and then but it's within an EU frame and a project frame that you can even have also give time to these early adopters to test your products. This is absolutely important. So that's besides the technical support or the, let's say, the research funding, it's the funding for market analysis, which is often part of the projects. And another one is the network, because Earth observation can solve a lot of problems, but we feel that especially in the water sector, you cannot work in isolation. So we also team up with, let's say, companies that have model data, or sometimes you add an in situ component. So whatever is needed to create a really competitive product. And just to name an example, so we do water quality analytics, very turbidity, sedimentation, algal blooms, but they can work for different sectors. And it's quite interesting to see, and this is where we need the funding to explore that. The water quality data can help in the aquaculture sector to solve problems. With the same data, we go to the hydropower sector and can solve problems there. So completely different sector. And this is something where you would, as a small company, growing company, we always had an organic growth. So we did not have an investor over all the years. It was all based on the commercial success. But yeah, you need this time and funding to go and conquer these new markets. So that's for me an absolute strength. And if we look at the difference of our customers, for the private customers, I would say in the end it's the resolution and the timeliness that makes a difference, because we are delivering the same products and services, but the private customers come, they have a very detailed AOI, they tell us, I need this in 3 weeks from now, a small area for a certain application and in one moment. Then our public partners that we also serve and work with, they are more interested in regional scale applications, longer term partnerships, and they also have, let's say, stakeholders that are interested to learn themselves. So what we found as a conclusion, and again here Horizon funding has helped us to develop that, we have something called an EO app. So this EO app is able to serve the private customers as well as the commercial customers, but you can choose the level of detail, the level of tailoring. And it sounds so obvious, but it was a long journey to come to an app that really solved. I think that is what actually made us interesting to Fugro. Fugro has been for many years a trusted partner in Horizon projects actually, so they saw how we work together. We could develop also ideas and products together within this frame. And they also have been our customer for many years. And then it was very obvious. Fugro has everything from, let's say, land-based measurements and also the offshore information, drones, underwater vehicles, ships, aircrafts, but they didn't have the Earth observation component. That's what we always brought in. And in comparison, we doubled in the past 4 to 5 years, from 20 to more than 40 people, which was quite a journey. But yeah, we see we're able to scale, but now comes the moment, okay, we need a huge sales network. And by doing this merger and teaming up, we have a full value chain from feet on the ground to space, everything that you can imagine on land and in the water. And for us as EOMAP, we have all of a sudden an amazing sales channel, and we have visions together. We have the same vision where we want to go in the market, which markets we want to conquer. And I think it's really a win-win. So we're very excited to be now EOMAP, a Fugro company, and see where this journey leads us. So that's a bit how we are not longer an SME, but looking forward to being part of a bigger company. Yeah, active in 60 countries.
So the fact that you're complementary also means that you did not have any overlaps, that you had to ask your questions, how do we phase out something, or it's really fully complementary in any aspect.
Exactly. It is complementary. Even we do satellite-derived bathymetry, and they have LiDAR bathymetry, but what we will do is a multi-scale approach. So you can start with the satellite-derived bathymetry and go to a very high detail, but then also the LiDAR bathymetry has its value. So what we can offer now to our customers is the full portfolio and even further tailored. So I think this multitude of solutions, one is not replacing the other or even making an internal competition, but really benefiting the final goal, which is to create solutions for a customer that helps them to save money in the end and do better work.
What I was also quite impressed is this difference in requirements, and also then difference in, let's say, contracts that you have with your clients. It's a long-term, I want to work with you for years. I never heard it in that, let's say, extreme contrast, but quite interesting.
Yeah, we often have case by case, people write to us and say, in this area of interest I have a certain need, please deliver a product. So that's quite a lot, yes. They often come back as well, so if they like the product they come back, but it's very different to the public entities where we also develop something together over longer time periods and for completely different market. Yeah.
Well, thank you. So, two very different private companies, one smaller one bigger one, both having had their way. Quite interesting that both took a lot of time to get where they are now. That again, time is a crucial aspect to be able to develop competitive products and services, in this case services, and also something that I think would not have been possible without a scheme, in this case our scheme from the European Commission, that gives you that time. Things don't go fast in our area. Now, if we bring together the private sector, we come to Eurospace, which is our partnership, space partnership, and a novelty in our programs since 2024, very fresh actually. And you already did the first contribution to the work program 2025. The partnership is from private companies, helping, enticing, proposing to the European Commission in what areas to put the money and how to put it and how to invest it. So we have here Charles Galland from Eurospace, and I'd be curious to hear a little bit about the until now short experiences, but therefore even more, what's the ambitions of Eurospace in RNI? What would you want, or what will you propose to us? And also, especially given that we've been speaking about Earth observation, aspects for which are special to Earth observation from the point of view of Eurospace.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marco. Thank you, Marco. And as Eva did, I will go a bit back in time. So you said the partnership was very fresh, but the idea dates back to 2016, when it was proposed by industry and taken up and promoted by the European Parliament with a pilot project. So at the very basis, the idea of a partnership is to allow the private sector to be in the driving seat when it comes to defining wants to promote competitiveness. Then it is a good idea to listen to the entities that are actually in competition. So you said in 2024 there was a signature of a memorandum of understanding between the European Commission on one side and the private sector on the other side. Private sector which has merged into an associations representing the whole supply chain of space research in Europe. So Eurospace for the industry, for the big and mid industry, SME for space for SMEs, ESRE and IASTRO for the research establishment, and EISN for academia. So very concretely, a partnership enables the private sector and the Commission to create a development plan for the future implemented through Horizon Europe. And to your question, what are our ambitions and impact? Let me state that we are first very thankful for the Commission to having allowed the partnership to exist. There is today, we must say, a very low budget associated to the partnership. We are talking about 100 million euros for the remaining 3 years of Horizon Europe. We were expecting more. This is the smallest partnership of Horizon Europe so far, but we aim, with the results we aim to achieve, to have in the next MFF a bigger partnership with bigger ambitions and bigger budget. So in this context of low budget, we decided to focus the partnership on 3 aspects. First one is commercial Earth observation, commercial telecom, and new space transportation services. And the idea with this partnership and across these 3 domains is to target market-ready digital technologies across the space domain, including system architecture, onboard computing, ground system, and artificial intelligence. So, as you said, inputs and recommendations have been provided for the work program 25. We are now looking forward to the first proposals to come, for the calls to be implemented. We are actively working to propose our inputs for the 26-27 work program of Horizon Europe. And we hope them to be considered as they were for the 25 work program. So the partnership as a tool, we can say already has been efficient because it allowed the capacity of the European space community to be gathered in a single instrument and have, as you said, Richard, this interface also with the Commission. This is something which is created by the Commission. It provides an official interface with the Commission when it comes to Horizon Europe and the work program regarding to space. So as I said in the beginning, we hope that it will have in the remaining 3 years a lot of positive effects and impacts, and that it will motivate bigger ambitions. And now to your question regarding Earth observation, which is only one domain of the partnership. So there are, of course, many links with Copernicus. So let me recall that the partnership first objective is to be for industry to be globally competitive. So which means that the focus is on open market opportunities. So I think we should frame the response around the idea of Copernicus and the partnership being mutually beneficial. Because Copernicus provides a demanding, recurring demand for industry that will be able to export it on the global market. So on Copernicus itself, our partnership focuses on enhancing Earth observation capabilities, which directly supports Copernicus goals by improving data accessibility and quality. Looking at technological aspects, the partnership aims at participating to the advancement of Earth observation payloads and technologies which aligns with the needs of Copernicus for high quality data, in particular the digitalization and onboard processing, aimed at enhancing the resolution and timeliness of data, which is crucial for Copernicus services, especially when we are thinking about emergency and security services. And another example, so Copernicus provides every day 16 terabytes of data. The question of data processing is essential. There's a huge amount of data, we need to process them. So utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning for data processing can significantly improve the analytics derived from Copernicus, and this is what the partnership is trying to achieve as well.
Thank you. Alexander might have been curious about AI and data processing and already got some ideas what to do or what you could propose.
I mean, definitely this is another big topic. There's also some of the evolution of OpenEO going in this direction as well to support this, linking it to other initiatives. In the introduction was also mentioned the digital twins, which also leads to Destination Earth and all the different components there. Here artificial intelligence plays a big role in helping in different parts, improving the efficiency of the data processing itself, the deployment and scaling tasks in the execution of your algorithms, but then also the modeling aspects itself. The modeling aspects themselves improve the quality of them, can be beneficial for computational performance and reduction of load. Not to speak of analyzing all the EO images. There's not a single person who can anymore visually inspect every single image which is streamed down to us. So also here we need models that help us do this task, do the analysis and classification and finding the information we want. So a very interesting topic and very challenging as well. Another part is also the user-facing side. These are the large language models. OpenAI has shown it with ChatGPT. There's a new way of interrogating and interacting with the data itself through textual queries, finding what you want. Basically, here we still need a lot of work in how to link these kinds of models to our more physics models, because one thing that these large language models are really bad at is maths. So they will not help us to solve any equations, and there are still some challenges, technical challenges also ahead of having this gap so that people can simply write their question and then an algorithm is doing the correct mathematical operations. That's a little bit also future direction, maybe interesting also for the companies and then the development to look at these kind of topics.
I heard some purists who said, but no, we want all the data. We don't want anyone to pre-process it. Obviously, it's much more difficult to send a huge amount of data down, and pre-processing has its reasons. But also what we have been, obviously also in our work program, more and more seeing that it's not only about data processing and doing the actual observation, but also improving the technological equipment to do it all in a better quality and better way. Now, before I will give you some question to be freewheeling, have free associations and free ideas, I wanted to ask whether someone from the public has a question. Wants to know something? Or are you happy with what you're hearing? Seems to be so. Okay. Since you all have been in one way or another working with us and for a long time, so you're also good candidates and usual suspects for continuing. How do you see the cooperation between public and private in the future development of EO? I mean, really also from your institution, if you would like to grow and do the best. Eva was talking about the whole network that you need. So who in your network is important and what do you need from them? And then the obvious question, I mean, the new framework program is upcoming and the first proposals will be on the table in the summer. What would you expect from the future EU R&I program? So freewheeling, free associating, whatever you think suits best to your institution. Let us know, please.
Should I take a start on that one? Okay. Well, yeah, for us definitely the public-private partnerships are very important, especially when it comes to research. I think working together in the future is absolutely there, even as a FUGRO group, let's say. We are, and if someone in the audience is interested, of course, looking at the new tenders now, it's very interesting. So we will not stop being part of the research ecosystem. R&I is important to lead to commercial services. And yeah, for the other question, I think what we'd like to see is at an early stage, even if you have the lower technical readiness levels, have always a techno-economic analysis there. Because I think, I'm not talking about maybe fundamental research, but as soon as you have a product in mind or a service in mind, we find it very useful if there is time and maybe some even advice. I'm thinking now back from the SME perspective. I mean, we had amazing reviewers and support also in our projects for the not only the technical analytics but also the economic viability and creating great business plans. So I think this is already there, but I think for anybody who is there and like maybe still growing, I guess let's have from an early stage on, yeah, also the economic side of things, and that will lead then to yeah, commercial viable products, and that's my take and hope for the future that there's this aspect always there.
Thank you. You hit the nail on the head, because before I came into space research, I was working in entrepreneurship support in the European Commission, and even before that, I did my MBA in Silicon Valley during the .com boom. And I think what we are missing, looking at my former jobs, is always, I would say in America, next to a scientist sits someone who thinks about how you did it well and you get the prize. In the US, almost any researcher needs to make money to confirm that he's a good researcher or she's a good researcher. So I'm very much in line with what you said, that we need to strengthen the economic part of our research programs or research grants to make something out of it that will be used and will be economically sustainable.
Thanks. Yeah.
For the public, for the first part of your question regarding the public-private scheme, I think that it's time for the public sector to understand that what we need is to give us no barriers, to run the policy schemes as fast as the technology is running, because sometimes they are left behind and we don't have the policies enforced to help us grow. And the most important thing at this point is that the Commission and understand the EU money that they have been invested in space industry, expects the market to adopt those services, while the governments, the regions, have not adopted them yet, even in agriculture. So they have to give, because it's a high risk for a small farmer to do it. But if the government is the one who is using it for their own purposes, to serve their own needs, then it gives a boost to reliability, to something that the farmers are not, I'm talking about our sector, are not afraid to use. And they are not. So we need to align our efforts in order for everybody to be involved. As for the second part, what do we expect? Okay, we get equity-free money for the grants, we get investment in risk proposals, high-risk proposals. We start from TRL 5 to go to TRL 9. That's very good as well, and many, many other things that are good, and we have talked about them. But I think that it's time to understand, okay, Horizon is about funding research, and research has to move forward. But sometimes research is there, and we need to use it to disrupt other markets. Or maybe it shouldn't be so scientifically, ambitious and allow market abuses to be aligned in this nowadays. So many of the companies that we work with, and they are our customers, big agri-food companies in industrial sector, agri-insurance companies, we invite them to be part of these proposals, and they say no, because they're afraid. It's bureaucratic, it's difficult. The grant agreement is 600 pages. If they need a financial auditor to be working on that alone to write timesheets, etc. So they are reluctant because
or they have to rely on Agri-App and their knowledge.
Yeah, true. But it's difficult to convince.
But what did you mean by policy schemes? Can you give an example where policy could catch up with the private sector, where you would have liked that the regional government or the government would have been as fast as you? Can you give an example of a measure or of a policy or of a rule or whatever?
I need 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Back in 2015, if I remember correct, we had the idea of using Earth observation data for the Common Agricultural Policy. So we wanted to use those the Earth observation data and AI and analytics, machine learning back then, in order to be able to monitor the farmers and what they are doing with respect to the cross-compliance scheme. Fantastic work, what we did there. We're so proud. The DGs liked it, everybody liked it, but at that point, the paying agencies who were already involved in the project, we had the paying agencies from Greece, from Lithuania, from other countries, from Spain, they were really eager to use it because it took them from 1% on the spot checks to 90% checks. They were not allowed because there was no guidelines, there was no legislation allowing the paying agencies to use Earth observation data for checks. Okay. The second thing, we need ground truth data. When we use drones, everybody's using drones. There is no legislation about drones.
Understood, very well understood.
And I have many, many more examples like that, agricultural insurance schemes all over Europe, etc. So we are doing the work, we provide the solutions, and then we don't have the legislation framework to support it.
So you even have to propose what to do in the policy area.
We try with the policy papers that
as I
we
said,
give
you
out.
have to.
But it is, and it will become, with the use of AI, etc., very, very competitive to get a Horizon project. And sometimes we focus on scientific results, and we always have to remember that failure is part of the scientific research, and we have to we did it 5 years ago, we didn't get the good results, not again. We're afraid.
I think we have there also in Europe a problem with the failure culture indeed, I mean, when it comes to entrepreneurs. So Alexander, you took the mic. You want to be next in line?
Oh, sure. No, I mean, regarding the relationship between public and private partnership, I think that's very much important for the uptake, specifically also on the research side. There's no point in research if there's not someone building something with the results, making something. As said earlier, for me it's very gratifying now to see that there's an uptake of OpenEO and other people doing this, and this is only possible when the companies are already involved in the projects, because these are very complex technologies, very complex software solutions, and if you're not involving the people and users and others already from the beginning, that's very hard to catch up at some point. And that's why it's so important that companies and research are building these things together from the very start. Otherwise, there's a gap in the middle which is hard to overcome, basically. So this is, and there I can just encourage to continue this as is right now, especially in Horizon projects. There's often a good combination of research institutes and SMEs and companies and sometimes even public entities. Also the user component itself is very important to have some people who are actually interested in the results of what you develop, so that you're not just doing a shiny nice technology, but there's also an interest in the real problem that this technology solves. So these three things together I think are really crucial and also important when building the consortia for the projects. And then regarding the expectation for the future, as said, for me the main component is to have this tool around. So I'm actually quite happy with the Horizon as is. Maybe easy to say because we have a lot of Horizon projects right now, but it definitely helps us a lot in the research and development, and really helps also to establish these relationships with different entities. And every project there's a different consortium with different people, so you really get to know a lot of people and create a network, which is again very important and also crucial to the success of these projects. I mean, the only issue that sometimes there is, and there's indeed the continuity when these projects end. Now also thinking about OpenEO, this would have not survived just on the horizon of on the funding of one project, right? Because even the Horizon project, they don't last more than 3-4 years usually. In the maximum case, I think 5 years. But still, for some of this is still too short. So thinking about this continuity and probably also bake in the requirements on the TRLs. There, as said, you start with how to build on and create tools to support these projects and the results that come out of them when they finish.
In the US, the financing decisions are made year by year even. So, Richard.
Yes, thank you. Just coming back on a few things, because speaking for the Copernicus services, I mean, for us, it is important to have this public-private relationship. There are obvious examples. We need data stores to make our data available to users, so that's exactly where the private sector comes in to help us. I mentioned the example already with collaborating with companies who develop new innovative small satellite missions that can complement the Copernicus Sentinel missions. And we're really looking ahead to this new era where we can benefit from both and try to exploit this. But then there's also other examples, like you mentioned already. Copernicus is not set up to deal with individual farmers, for instance. So we won't do this, we cannot do this. But that's exactly where the private sector can also play an important role. And I think Horizon Europe can help there as well to probably have even more dedicated parts of the program to really make sure that the data, the enormous amount of data that Copernicus is generating, not just from the satellites but also from the services, can be then used in all kinds of different sectors and user communities and make much more fit for purpose than we are able to do. So for me, that's an important part of it. At the same time, of course, as a service, we have to provide the data for National Environment Agency, so there we need full transparency. So that sometimes competes a little with business interests, but in the downstream sector, there's room for a lot more. I would say. So for me, that's really a key area where I see more collaboration.
So room for more.
And yeah, on my side, for the public-private partnership, I mean, there's an opportunity for the private industry to complement the data by Copernicus Sentinels, and for the Commission to put in place a data by policy and to move away from just acquisition of infrastructure, but the long-term purchase of services that would allow the the private industry also to be built around the provision of services to institutions, and then being able to sell these additional service at marginal cost on the commercial export market. And with regards to the next horizon, first, of course, bigger budget for space research, and second, it should the future of European flagships and be built around consistency of funding and harmonization of funding. We see today that there are sometimes duplication of activities, and we would benefit in having harmonized and budget which is not duplicated, in order to allow to have real developments to achieve maturity. I think we should also need the persistence, the existence of a stable recurring demand from European institutions, efficiency by focusing investment on the projects or capabilities that have the best chance to find a customer afterwards. And then, of course, it should aim at European autonomy and non-dependence. And finally, also aim at partnership with other institutions, such as ESA, for example.
Quite ambitious. Thank you all for having come to Gdańsk. Besides probably having had many interesting encounters, for us it was good that we could have a differentiated picture of how Earth observation has been impacted by the participation of all of you. Different levels, different areas. Also, personally, I always like to hear stories from the ground. What's really happening, what are the challenges, giving us food for thought, how to hopefully shape the work programs a little bit different and make them evolve. So it's been also inspiring personally for me. It's always a joy hearing what's happening, because out of all the projects I am looking at, I cannot see the details. So for me, therefore, it has been very, very a gratification, so to say, to see what we've done and what is coming back. Thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of your time at the conference, and I hope there will be many more fruitful encounters.
So thank you very much, everyone, for participating today in the Agora sessions. That concludes today's Agora sessions. We will start again tomorrow, however, at 10 a.m. So do meet us here. There will be more discussion, more things to think about, and thank you again for your participation.